webinar. Um, I'm attempting to test these out. So I've recently 3D printed these, and they're core holders. Now, most most people out there, most people out there use like pegs, but I have a core collapse issue, and I think that's to do with like my pegs being too small. So um, I yeah, I've printed off like a bunch of different sizes that'll take like different types of ply and whatnot. So yeah, I'm gonna give these a go and see if I can do an enigma without the cause claps in on it.
Okay. So, you heard me that whole time. They heard you, but they didn't hear me because I was on mute on whatchamacallit. What's up, everybody? We decided just come live. I'm about to do some staple stagger fuse Claptons. You heard what the newest member, Metal to the Core, said, but you didn't hear me because I was on mute on OBS. That was stupid. Okay,
Wait, if
hopefully. Okay, let me know if you hear me now. You should hear me now. Let me check. Actually, I could check. Yep. Okay. Yep. You can hear me now. Good. Sorry about that. That was stupid.
that's pretty funny.
So, other than that, I've been vaping this. I mean, I know most of the people in chat. What's up, my dude? Is here. So, yeah. Hopefully, we'll have some other members come in. If not, that's okay too. We just won't.
Yeah, me and Nick, we're gonna pretend to like each other for however
Yeah.
long we yeah. So
Yeah. I was like, anybody want to go live? And Danny was like, sure, it matters what time. I was like, oh, fuck. Ah, oh, jeez.
we've been live together
So
before.
it's pretty late where you're at. It's like almost 8 o'clock where you're at, right?
No, it's 20 to 7.
20 to 7. Okay. It's 20 to 7. So
Oh,
you're
that
4 hours difference. Are you 4 hours difference, or do you not do daylight savings time?
we do. So this is where I always get confused with it. Most of the year it's 5 hours, but then there's a certain time, there's twice a year, there's like a month where it's 4 hours. And I nearly didn't come into the Zoom session. I was like, hang on a minute, where are we at with those time zones? And I quickly checked and I was like, 2 hours. I was like, he's in the Zoom session now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's stupid that they do that. I wish they would just stop doing it. Like, actually, I knew that we had daylight savings last night, but I stayed up until 2 watching the fights. And then I was like, when I woke up, I was just too tired. I was supposed to go do a job today, and I pretty much just called out. I said, listen, I'll do it next week. I don't feel like doing this. They got to get rid of that. Yeah. Oh, this is the only problem with this is what I should be doing is just sharing a window. What's up, Jane? GI Jane in the chat. No, everybody in the chat isn't on the team. The Resistance Crew's a team that's basically over on Instagram. I mean, everywhere, but it's based on Instagram. So a build team, for people that don't know, is a team of coil builders that get together. They shoot ideas off of each other. Sometimes there's like some competitions within the team, and usually it's also like a place to connect for like sponsorships, any kind of thing going on where somebody gets a discount, or like, let's say like now this didn't go well, but like Hellvape contacted me to say, we're coming out with this new RDA. Does anybody else on the team also want to do this? So then I'll go, all right, I'll ask the team. And, some guys on the team, they'll be there, and guys and gals, because we have C on the team as well. So it's a good place to. It's always moving, too. The Resistance Crew chat's always going, all the time. And half the time it's just a bunch of bullshitting, too. But it's good for, like let's say Like there's really good guys that know how to do the photography in there. So if there's ever a time where I want to get like serious about photography, that's where I would go. I would just go in the chat and be like, "All right, guys, how do I start doing this shit?" And they could tell me that. Or if anybody has a problem with the build, they could ask each other in there or whatever.
And just to clarify, it was pretty much every member at one point in time pretty much taught me to build like early on as well, like between your videos and then talking to like Slim and
Yeah.
like this, which is kind of weird me now being on the team, but
Yeah, I mean, yeah, so just about everybody on the Resistance crews are really good. I mean, everybody on the team is a really good builder. You kind of have to be a good builder to get on to a build team like that. It's definitely one of the bigger teams on Instagram, for sure. You got like build mode, which kind of faded away. You got uh Canada's a really good team. There was Building Brothers is a really good team. So there's only a few teams that are pretty well known, and to get on the team you usually have to have some kind of you usually have to be a pretty good builder to get attention from that team. And it's not like a popularity contest, but it's just it's also a way for everybody to help promote each other. So let's say, like, when you do a post, you usually tag all your teammates. So if now Danny's on the team, every time one of the other builders posts a build, they're going to be tagging Danny in it, and then you could go see, well, who's on this guy's team? Oh, I got to check him out. And Danny is an amazing builder, so go check him out. Metal to the Core. I mean, I could. Ooh, I can't do that right now. I could do. Yeah, I'm gonna mess everything up if I do that. Go check.
I could get it up, but it would just be kind of awkward me going through my own build, going, check this out,
Yeah.
check this out.
Look how awesome I am. This right here is the most prolific build in the world. What is up, Big G? Wire Talk with Big G is here. Oh, we got 10. I'm actually surprised that we haven't done a live on this channel in quite a bit. The last time that video was even uploaded to this channel, I can't even remember. Man. Oh, wow. Yeah. Wow, can that be true? Hold on a second. Yeah. A year ago. Wow. I did not know that.
So Nick, watch this now. So see how it's all loose?
Uh-huh.
This is all theory.
Ah.
And as long as I stop the there, when I tie this end now and then put the tension in on the drill, everything will just whap back into place in theory.
Huh. That's pretty fucking cool. Interesting. Yeah, so I gotta stagger a piece of. I have to do staple stagger fuse Claptons that are around a .12. That are, yeah, stainless steel staple stagger fuse Claptons around a .12 to .15. I guess I would have to do 29 gauge frames. .3 ribbon and maybe only 6 pieces of .3. Yeah. Because I know if I did 8 and it was about 5 wraps, that would be around a .1, .11. Yeah. I really wish I had the chat up here. I should be doing window share is what I should be doing. Let me try that. Window capture. Okay. Zoom. Okay. Now I can get rid of the display capture. Now the question is, do they see me now? Nope. They can't see me. What did I do? What did I do? Alright, let me go to this. Properties. Zoom. Alright, forget that. Alright, whatever. I forget how to do that.
Yeah. Oh no, that would. Yeah. So there's a way you can get. I'll save this for another time. There's something you can do with Zoom where you broadcast it in an inverted way and then broadcast out. I'm not going to explain it now.
Yeah. I don't want to waste too much time on it. Alright. So it looks like I'm doing. Yeah. It looks like I'm doing here 29 gauge, 40 gauge. I got to stagger the 29 gauge with 40 gauge. And there is somebody did send me a text a little bit ago. I've never done it the Jubster way because I never had the clip that he had, but now I do. And I don't know if I want to try it right now, but I guess I could. Yeah, he does it with one of these clips. And then he puts tape on it. He's got a V-notch cut out of it. And he does this, he kind of like puts a tiny little Clapton wire on there. Kind of the same way I do it, only he has more loops on it.
Is it for staggering?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, I'll have to send you one of these. Hang on. Never 3D printed thing.
There's a bunch of things I can use and sometimes I use, but...
So I'm not sure how well this is going to show up. But see how it's got like the notches here?
Yeah.
And then this under here. And this is where your core would go inside. And then it's kind of like doing the loop method anyway, but this like locks it in place. This allows for you to do finer gauges more than anything else. So I haven't tried it with 40, I've done it with 38, and you can, I think this would be better ideal use for production building,
Yeah.
rather than art stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's once I'm still learning how to 3D print. Once I've got like a bunch of stuff worked out, you'll probably think this is completely useless, but to somebody who can't wrap coils correctly, i.e., like me, I've printed these. So that's the coil master sheets.
Yeah.
That's them. Goes into the back of it, ram it in the drill, and then auto wrap it. But you once I've worked at everything out, I'll send you some bits and bobs. And if you like them, use them. If you don't, There's no loss. Like it literally costs, like each one of these things costs pennies to produce.
Do you usually make like one at a time, or do you usually make like a whole bunch of them? Like, does that do like one print, or like one a print, or do you do like a couple?
So the other day, it depends on what you're printing. So like I've got one of these printing right now. It's an RDA holder. That takes 4 hours because of how much solid mass there is.
Yeah.
But one of these takes, I don't know, like 10 minutes. But if I do 6 of them, it'll take like an hour and a half. It depends on what you're printing. When I'm printing off stuff and I don't know yet whether it's going to work, just one at a time until you've worked it out. Let's say you've got like some stuff you're going to print off and you're going to do like, you're going to be doing 10 of them, then you could print off 10 of them. How you stack them on there, like you would have to think, because of the way the plastic goes down. You'd have to think about how you position them, but other than that, yeah. So
Yeah, 3D printing seems fun. It seems like if you want to make your own thing, though, you definitely have to learn how to, like, program it into the program. I know.
it's
Yeah.
really straightforward.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was talking to Zion about like box mods and different stuff like that, and we got talking about stuff. It literally, like within 20 minutes of me talking to him, he ordered a 3D printer. And now I've been showing him how to do stuff.
Yeah.
Have you seen him with his mods and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's already printed off a box mod and he's wiring it up now. It's
Wow.
crazy,
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, he definitely likes fiddling around with that stuff.
But yeah, man, this I don't know. There's some like really advanced softwares out there, and I can't really. I'm still learning them myself. Like, there's some basic softwares out there where you can just quickly throw together an idea.
Do this.
But I want to make this V. So depending on the size of a wire, and then put square wire in it and sand down the square wire to triangle wire, and then create a big giant hex for cores out of triangles.
Oh shit. Bear with me, Chad. I'm trying to be able to see you, but still have a big screen. I'd like to get rid of this. How do I get rid of this? There you go. Alright. Anybody else come in here? No. So I always use this bobby pin. Get that in the drill. So, chat, can you hear that drill when I turn it? Because I'm muting on Zoom, but I don't know if I have to mute on OBS. What's up, Josh Main? What is
Oh yeah, shit. Sorry, I forgot about you. Sure.
what I do have to do today? Actually, I should probably do it after I stagger this wire. Is I got to get this RDA inside the ultrasonic cleaner so I could take pictures of it. The Axle Pro. with these coils. Didn't hear the drill when I did it. You heard the drill? Yeah. Yes, that is metal to the core. Absolutely. Yes, sir. I'm really digging this Axle Pro though. It vapes really nice. It might be it might be my favorite vaping Twisted Messes RDA.
Hey, what's up, Josh? I'm vaping 18 milligrams Nick because I'm an idiot.
Really? Wow.
Mm. I put some Nick in some bottles and I forgot to shake it and then I dripped. So I've just like slowly been pulling it through.
Did you see the Joe Rogan thing? The Joe Rogan Adam Curry podcast?
No, so I used to watch Joe Rogan all the time. I've been using this YouTube account for coil building only, and I haven't gone back onto my other thing, so I haven't seen it in my normal rotor of like videos to watch.
Yeah.
I'll have to add some stuff. What was the general gist of it?
Well, so Adam Curry, the whole podcast was pretty good because he's an interesting guy, but Adam Curry is actually, I don't know if you know who he is. He basically invented podcasting. He was like the first person to do, like, he, like, I'm pretty sure he helped make the programming for podcasting, like when Apple came out with the iPod. He said, "Oh, we could. This is basically a radio. We could make this into we could make this into a radio where we could just do our own little stream on there and people could get it for free." And so he's one of the people that invented that, and then he started a show. Well, he also vapes, and he vapes on like what we vape on. He doesn't just vape on like Juuls or whatever. He vapes on like a regulated box with either an RTA or whatever. So him and Joe Rogan got to talking, and he was, he knows all the information about, the, why the tobacco industry is after vaping, and why, when you hear people get sick from vaping, it's actually because they're vaping THC products that are black marketed. And he kind of broke it down to Joe Rogan, and after that, they talked about it, and Joe Rogan said, "Oh, I see the hustle in it. I see, why everybody's after vaping and making it look bad and everything." And then the very next show, Joe Rogan starts talking about it again with another guy. So they talked for about I guess 20 minutes about the whole subject.
That's pretty decent seeing it get positive mainstream um, exposure.
It looks like Vaping with Vic got his channel back. Wow, good for
Which
him.
one's is he the Scottish guy?
He's definitely UK. He's definitely something over there because yeah, because I know he always talks about UK vaping. He's kind of the bald guy with glasses. He does really good videos. All Day Vape, what's up?
Yeah, there's a couple of channels I stopped watching because it like obviously I'm still new to vaping on the grand scale of things, and I made some purchases based off of reviews and stuff, and then as I've got further into it, I realized who's paid, who's not, and
Hmm.
so on and so forth. So it's changed who I watch for information.
Yeah.
And Vic was one of them too. I remember him being pretty entertaining, though.
Yeah, I Yeah, ever since I like stopped buying so many products, I definitely stopped watching them. It's just they do get kind of boring when you see so many of them of the same thing. And let me try this. Can you guys hear that now? All right. Well, that's pretty much. I should have reversed it. Damn it.
So I did a whole bunch of prep thinking I'm going to need a bunch of decors because it's been a minute since I've actually made a bloody coil. And yeah, like third try on the first one and second try on the second one. Well, I guess they work then because I couldn't do that before. Um, like a normally I'd have to do the frame stick, like the fuse, the frame staple, if that
Yeah.
makes any sense.
Yep.
Now now that's naked inside. Oh, that makes me happy.
Nice. So now you got a bunch of decors, huh?
Yeah.
I have a bag, like at a certain point, I was making decors and sometimes, like I was making extras and I wasn't using them, I was just putting them off to the side. And now I have a Ziploc bag filled with all random decors. It's just a whole bunch of decors. I can't tell what sizes they are. I'll have to do something with them one day. Like, there's a bunch of stuff you could do with them. I could probably make enigmas out of most of them with just an estimated guess. But I
So
got a lot.
normally with stuff like that, I would throw it out and not be too bothered by it. But with whatever's happening with Crazy Wire happening,
Yeah.
it's going to completely and utterly change the way I make coils because I've always approached it with the attitude of if I waste a bunch of wire, I waste a bunch of wire. It's inexpensive. Whereas now, with having to potentially go to Juice Junkie or one of the other companies where it's triple the price, I
Wow.
have to really think about what I'm doing. Because guys, I'll put this out there. I'm not naturally good at making coils. I'm still a baby, so like I use the law of averages. I'll just keep on making it. If I have to make a coil 50 times, I will make it 50 times to get it to be what I want it to be. I don't just sit there and go woomph, woomph,
Yeah.
and bang out amazing coils. I'm not Nick Devine by any means.
Yeah,
what,
that sucks. The Crazy Wire thing really sucks.
yeah.
I know that it's possible to buy wire in bulk, but even that's expensive the first time. Like, even if you could, like, it sounds great. Like, I could buy a big old spool of, 1,000 meter or whatever, how many, just a whole bunch of wire. But that's still like $200 a damn spool, and it'll last you a lifetime, but it's still expensive.
It's literally $45 for the 40 gauge then, which is my most for Instagram then, because like this is something I battle with. Most of the stuff I post on Instagram isn't. I don't vape it. I don't vape stainless steel. It's literally for photos. Um, so like, I think it's for 40 gauge. It's like the equivalent of like $35 for a. It's like 60,000 of 40 gauge, which is pretty cheap. But I don't think they're going to keep on selling the bulk. That's the issue I have with them. It's when they run out of bulk, that's when they're done with it. But there's another part of me. A bunch of the other companies have stopped stating they are vape companies. I'm wondering if they're doing that to allow them to sell globally. Because I know quite a few people who around the world buy Crazy Wire, and I'm wondering if they're just preemptively doing that to change their.
Yeah, that's kind of like what Lightning Vapes did with Wire Optimum. They
Yeah.
changed the
I
whole. They got rid of that Lightning Vapes and just did Wire Optimum, so there's no vaping involved.
there's some other companies out there that are like sameish price.
Yeah.
And there's a company called NK Wire, but given I think you could order from NK from China.
Mm-hmm.
It's good wire. I vaped it. I don't like the way it vapes, but for what I do with IG, I think it'll be fine. But then, given the current state of things, I don't know if I want to be ordering from China. I know they've already said like stuff won't, bugs and stuff don't last that long, but it's still one of those things that plays on the back of your mind.
Yeah. I don't. I think right now they're not even shipping out. I'm not sure, but I do know NK. They have contacted me about their wire kind of when they started up. So they definitely ship to the U.S.
Yeah, I think those guys will ship anywhere.
Yeah.
So, Nick, no troll, and this is a legit question, and maybe this might help other people in the build community because this is something that's an issue for me. My chuck, yeah, it's got a bunch of wobble in it, yeah. Now this is my first ever drill. Now I can't get this chuck off. I have a replacement chuck for it. I've watched a couple of videos, and no matter what I seem to do, it doesn't seem to go. And I don't know if that's the drill or whether it's something I'm doing wrong.
That could definitely be the drill. It could be something that the chuck is one of the first things that'll go on a drill, and also it might have something stuck in it. But man, I never changed out a chuck, but I have had drills that chuck stuck on them. Especially one of them corded ones, like my corded one. I had another one just like this, and the only thing that went on it was the chuck would not. It wouldn't close. It wouldn't open. It wouldn't do anything. And usually, I mean, I guess you could try to oil it, but yeah, I never changed a chuck on a drill. I wonder. I don't know how hard it would be. It would definitely.
Oh, if it's something I just assumed it was something you might have done because you work with power tools and stuff.
Yeah, no, I've never done it. I'm sure I know somebody at work that's done it before. I might be able to ask them, but yeah, I never personally done it.
I know I could just go out and buy another drill. I've got another drill, but like this will sound ridiculous, but my muscle memory for this drill is what I need to build on. So it's like I have another drill and I've tried using it. It's not the same.
Yeah, you know the trigger, you know how fast it's going. Yeah, yep. All right. Just gotta get my ribbon stack and start fusing this up. I should try to do like a big staple stacker fuse clap and start trying to do them. I've done it once. I've done like I think like maybe a 2-foot one.
Oh, like long coils. Yeah, I've the longest one I've ever made is a Staggerton, and the only reason I did that was because I was using it as a fuse wire.
Yep.
I've got and that was I don't know how to do this, Nick. What am I supposed to do to get it to?
Yeah, you're probably gonna have to just stay around there because yeah, you're gonna need the macro or something.
Ooh, hold that thought. I could just do this. I don't know why. I think I've been spent speaking too much to Tobias. I don't know why I even did this, but
Yeah.
it turned out it was too thick anyway.
It's like a Suka with a Staggerton, right? Yeah.
And the kind of well, yeah, I guess it is a Suka with a Staggerton. I don't know what I didn't even do the math for it. I just did it and chucked it on there.
Three stainless steel. I guess I'm gonna need 3 of these.
That's it.
Oh shit.
Yeah, that was 2 foot, I think. Like 60 centimeters. But
Wow.
I just didn't. I don't know. I don't like the way it looks because, like, I think, and this is the other thing as well with not to knock to Tobias's work or anything like that. Like to do work like that, everything's got to be on point, especially when you shoot with a DSLR.
Yeah.
Like, there's some stuff that Tobias gets away with because he uses his phone a lot of the time,
Mm-hmm.
um, but I can't get away with.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear you because especially when it's a bigger wire, you're going to see a whole bunch of stuff in there. Like, yeah, especially when you're claptoning with intricate wires to begin with, you're going to
But
see any
I,
little.
and then there's something else I've been working on because only because I don't think it's been done. Although you've got to assume everything's been done. That's the golden rule. But I've been working on point two enigmas, just single 5.2.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I've been working on that. It's a bitch because I'm decoring off of a 40, so it's proving tricky to get anything off of anything longer than 2 foot
Yeah.
without the inside snapping.
Yeah, that seems like it'd be tricky. Alright. So I'll be fusing this up soon, folks. You can see it almost there. Doing a staple stagger fuse clap then for anybody that doesn't know. Pull this up. Oh yeah, I was supposed to throw that build in the ultrasonic cleaner, I forgot. Damn it. I'll do it later.
Did you put them in that in the RDA or did you just put the build in?
I do, usually I'll install the build and then put the whole thing in the ultrasonic cleaner with the RDA. It kind of depends. It does depend, but usually that's what I do.
I started doing that, and then I did a build in an RDA, and then the paint came off my RDA.
Ugh.
I've been scared to do it since with any of my others.
Yeah, that's something that happens too, is if you use warm water, it messes with the O-rings. It might just be any water, actually. It might not just be warm water.
The O-rings.
Yeah, I usually, whenever I like ultrasonic clean something and then dry it off, it will, like I'll use a hair dryer to dry it off so there's not water all on it. And
No, what?
the cap will be harder to put on.
What I'm saying is the paint stripped off
Yeah.
of an RDA.
That's crazy.
So, this that used to be black.
What?
The ultrasonic stripped off the paint.
Oh.
It's done it with a couple of things now. I guess my ultrasonic's really strong now. But,
Yeah, I never had it take off. You know what? It's taken off, I think, some gold plating on a post. I think on the, I want to say on the Icon, I think it did that. Maybe the Peerless, something like that. Something with gold plated posts. It never did it to any like goon or twisted messes though. Nothing like that. An older RDA, definitely. This is the build I gotta ultrasonically and take pictures of. Where's my?
Is it the one? Is it the one you did last night?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was on smacksy looking coil.
I gotta find my. I gotta find my magnifying glass. Yeah, Homeboy Josh had a good channel. I mean, I'm sure everybody wishes Homeboy Josh still did videos, but he definitely had a good channel that's still fun to watch.
So when I first started building, well, it wasn't even for the sake of building. Like it was like I had my first RDA and I needed to learn how to wrap a coil because it was supposed to be cheaper. They said.
Yeah.
A million RDAs later, but I googled how to make a coil and all these pictures came up and it was owned by Josh's YouTube but in the images and I clicked on it and then it took me to his YouTube channel. I was just sat there. I was like, "What the fuck is this? How do you do that?"
Yeah.
And yeah, been obsessed since.
Yeah, I always assumed, like, when I seen, like, Rip Trippers do coil builds that there was, just a couple people that were doing it, which there kind of were, but I never would have thought that, you know, eventually there would be probably thousands of people making coils and putting their pictures up and stuff. It's pretty crazy. All right.
I'm gonna jump into this groove fuse, so if I don't respond, I can't let go of this my style.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna start fusing this, so cool. Alright. Boom. Boom. Man, it seems like Zoom is much closer. I don't know if it's just me, or I think Zoom's much closer than if it was just on OBS.
Yeah, go into the settings. You have to set it to widescreen.
Okay, so video settings. Yeah. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. It should be good for this close up anyway, so. You installing?
Trying to.
Yeah. You finished what you were doing then?
Uh, there was a warp in my stagger, in my groove fuse, my ribbons. When you put when you do the first fuse on a groove fuse, there must have been a slant in it because when I was putting on the final fuse, it was yeah, it was changed. It was basically changing shape. I just put it on too loose. So before I lose those enigmas, I was just quickly putting them in the RDA. I'm probably gonna have to remake these, but all practice. I'd say 80% of what I make doesn't make it to IG, just like from my own sort of standard perspective.
Drew said if we're still live in like 20 minutes, he'll be joining. So we're gonna find out if Drew's a liar or not.
Drew's the biggest liar on the planet. Drew's like, yeah. Drew's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm spoken for ages because now he's working. It's the passion one baby.
Man, I got a lot of batteries to charge. This one's good. This one's good. Good. Good.
So whilst we're here, I don't even know if this is like a public conversation to be had, but like, um, what do you think it takes to make a new coil? Like, what defines a new coil? Is it what's inside or what's outside?
A new coil. Yeah, I guess no. Any kind of technique would be good. It don't matter inside or outside. You know what it is, pretty much, is a lot of people could make new coils. It's whether it catches on and other people do them and give you a shout out for doing it or whatever. It kind of takes a lot to get a new idea a little popular. But what I think is a good idea for somebody to do, let's say if you come up with a new concept, what you do is you do that concept, you do the original thing that you do, and then make a whole bunch of coils using that concept and post all of them. So let's say if for 1 week you kept posting different coils with that same concept in there. Yeah. I think that's usually how I've seen most of the coils kind of catch on, is like, even if you take that like pinhead build, you know, or even just the Staggerton. The Staggerton, when Probes did that, he was doing a whole bunch of them, and eventually people just started doing them. Alien coils, the more you seen them, the more you wanted to do them. The more interesting it became when you seen a couple people do them. So I think that's what usually makes it catch on. Yeah.
Do you think there's a lot of coils out there that people haven't caught on to? Like, so like I'm aware of quite a few builders then who have like done stuff. I can see it, but and they know I can see it because I've said to them and so on and so forth. I'm like, oh, what's going on there? And had a conversation about it. Do you think there's a lot of people out there who don't necessarily pick up on it as well? Because it's such a some things are so minute. They're not given. They won't be given a name, or like the method given a name. But like, yeah, it is different. There's like something going on there.
I think there's a handful of them out there that have been done that only one person has done like once, and it's a really cool idea, but it was probably so hard to do that they don't want to do it again. Mass coils, that one Enigma he posted up a little bit ago with the D core running through the loops, that was pretty crazy.
That was absolutely mental.
Yeah, and then there was a guy, the guy Buddy G Smoker that did the metal snake spine. He did this build where it was flattened wire, but the flattened wire had an indent pattern going through it. it was like he flattened the wire and then he flattened it with like some kind of mesh on top of it, so it had the mesh indent inside of the wire. And yeah, there's a couple of them like that. Even there's some builders that haven't been building for very long that have done some cool stuff that I've seen too.
So, what's your thoughts then? Yeah, then say, I think I spoke to you about this. I thought I was the first person to do this, but I actually wasn't. Somebody else did this. Sugar Coils was the first person to do it. He did it slightly different to me, but it was the same concept of when you razorback stacking wires. Now he did it with a suka and a razor, the way he did it and the way it interlocked. But the way when you do it, it changes the map and it changes what the one to whatever the second wire back is. It changes that. Now it's a consistent pattern with what happens, and the technical term that would be interlocking overlocking because it changes the map of the second count. It technically be the third fuse you put on. Like you put on as one thing, but like when you're force fusing, you put your first one, which is the razorback, then you put your second one, which in Sugar Carlos's instance it was a suka, and then you put on top of the suka another suka. I've done it with a razorback and then two pieces of round wire, and what it does is you've got the razorback pattern that goes down, and then you've got in between the other two wires, the map changes, and then it encases when it does the alien pattern. Do you think things like that are worthy of like taking the title of interlock and overlock, or do you think it's such a minute thing, even though it's consistent, it's so minute that it's not recognized? So I see a lot of stuff like that where it's like this, you can get consistent stuff.
Yeah, see, so that's up to other people in the community if it catches on. So if the person that does it names it something, so let's just say you did that wire, or Sugar Coils did the wire, either way, and they named it. Now it's up to everybody else whether they want to do it, and if they know your originator of the coil, they should also call it the same name. So, I mean, technically it's different. It's different. So, I mean, what wires are kind of the same but different? I mean, even like an arch Clapton and a Clapton are two different wires and they have two different names.
It's an arch captain. Sorry, no
And,
question.
and Arch Clapton, there's a video of it. Well, I got a video too, but the first Arch Clapton was done by Blue Eye Goon, but there's a video of it on Local Vape. Boy OC did it, and it's basically you take a decor and you bend it with a pair of pliers. You kind of put this. You kind of make like a, man. It's hard to explain. It's hard to explain unless you see it. Can I find one? I could probably find one.
Does he hammer it?
He doesn't hammer it. No.
Right. Okay. Okay.
No. No, but it looks like it's hammered. Actually, he might hammer it at the end. I'm sorry. He might
Yeah,
hammer it. So,
you use big wires for this, don't you?
Yeah.
You use like yeah.
yeah.
So Mountain Hippie Kyle, he's quite old school. He was putting him in team chat in RFI, and he's like, "What the heck is that?" And he's like, "Oh, this is an old school coil like." And I was just like, "I've never seen it." Like, and he said about when you said about local vape, I was like, "Oh, I think like."
Yeah. It's, if you look up Arched Clapton, you'll find a bunch of videos. Mine, I think, in the thumbnail has a picture of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it just got loops.
Drew's now officially a liar. I'll forever be his title.
Yeah, I actually finished editing up the. I don't know if you've seen the video I did yesterday morning. Got ripped down because of the UFC video I had in there. And I just finished editing all that crap out of there, and I uploaded it. I rendered it a video right before we came on here. So after this, I could upload it. I could actually upload it now if I wanted it to.
So obviously, like I know you hate technology and it's a pain in the ass for you, but there is a way for you to, if you used to like sit down and work it out, whilst you're live, you could broadcast music and also do a local recording at the same time. And the local recording wouldn't have any of the music. You can tell it like what your live broadcast does and what your recording does is two different things. It's a bit of a pain in the ass to set up, but once it's set up, it's a pretty neat tool because a lot of the Twitch streamers do it because they can have some of them can have their music on their Twitch, but then they don't want to have the music on their YouTube, so it's done as a separate thing.
Yeah. Yeah. What's funny about what I got caught for is it didn't even have sound.
Oh wow!
Yeah, they caught just the video playing without any sound.
Oh, he's asking for a password.
Yeah. Oh, Drew is?
Yeah.
Drew needs a password? He's got the link. You came in without a password, right?
Yeah, you might be clicking on it. Oh, he needs to close Zoom. Drew, close Zoom and then click on the link, and it'll auto open it.
Yeah, there shouldn't be a password. More lies, more lies.
Well, I think my ultrasonics just broke. I'm hoping it's just because of the condensation. Maybe that's what he's doing. I've grabbed the link just now to send to him.
What up, guys?
Liar. Liar.
Yeah, I don't know why it was asking for a password.
Was it asking for a password for this one?
Yeah, I don't know why. Because I think all I did was copy the meeting number from the message in mobile and typed it into the Zoom app on my phone or on my PC. So I don't know. It's showing it being in the same room.
Yeah, it's weird. Maybe because it wasn't straight from the link. I don't know. That's weird.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a little weird. Well, even so, like, what password would it want? Like,
I don't know. What?
So if there's not a password.
Oh, I do have a password. There is a password.
Look at you.
Yep. I guess it's a password they put in every meeting because it's just numbers.
So what are you guys building?
I'm doing a staple stagger fuse Clapton.
Nice.
I gotta clean this fucking thing so I could take pictures soon.
I can't decide what I want to do. Nice. Is that a... did you do that evil twin hybrid or just straight up? No, it's straight up hybrid.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's got like the ribbons is aliened with 42. Actually, I gotta get that ultrasonic set up so I can do that. I also gotta clean out something else.
And this is the first time I've drank a beer on a live in I don't know how long. Just got home from the grocery store.
Do they have a beer section in your grocery store?
Yeah, and the great thing about it is for people like me who don't need to purchase like a 12-pack at a time, is they have beer of the month, and they usually will do like local breweries. It's usually like Sweetwater or something like that, but it's actually Terrapin this month, so I'm drinking some. Oh, you can't see that at all. It is Terrapin Recreation Ale Session IPA. It's pretty damn good.
Yeah,
but for
every
me,
Friday
like I can
couple.
get, yeah, I can get like one or two. I grab 3. I'll probably drink 2 on the live. Should mix really well with the microdose of meth that I took earlier this morning. Gotta love that. Being an adult with ADHD is awesome. You get to go to a pharmacist and tell them to give you meth.
I'm not a fan of IPAs, but I am a big fan of like ales.
Yeah.
Like in custom crafted ales and stuff. I guess it's the same kind of thing. It's just ale, not beer.
Yeah, it's not quite as like bittery and hoppy.
You get real used to the hops though. Real used to the bitter thing. I used to hate them. And not hate them, but I used to not enjoy them as much, and now it's all I drink. Like, every time I go, I might get like 1 stout or 1 sour, but I'll get like 3 IPAs. I always get, you get a 4-pack of single cans, and they'll give you like 10% off of that 4-pack. So,
nice.
I'll get like 1 of something and then 3 IPAs.
It's been a long time since I've had a sour, and it's been even longer since I've had a sour that I actually liked.
I like some of them. Some of them I could do without. That's why I only get 1. Same thing with stouts. Like stouts, I like. There's a couple of them that are like my favorite beers, but they're like 1 time a year, so can't get them all.
See, I'm kind of like that with sours. With sours, I can only drink 1, and I enjoy the 1 when I'm drinking it, but then once I'm done with it, I'm good on drinking a sour for a long time. And I've now that I'm not drinking like a 24-pack of Yingling every night, I've become a bit of a snob. Like if I'm going to drink a beer, it has to be fucking good.
Yeah.
Because I'm only going to drink the 1 or 2. Is it just me, or is nobody in chat?
Nobody's really talking.
Yeah.
We ignored them.
Oh no.
Building quarrels. What it is Nick's entertaining, and I'm so entertaining. I'm unentertained. it's a marvel.
It happens. It happens.
Hey, what do you
So I
want for the
can't
first
decide-
stream in a year? It's
Do
been a
what?
year. A year since there's been a stream on this channel.
Oh shit! Yeah, that's right. So probably only like 3 people even know that this is happening.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a quick little Instagram post then and let people know. What's up, everybody? So you should shoot on over to the Resistance Crew on YouTube. We actually got myself, Nick Devine, and Mr. Danny building some coils live. So come check it out. Join us. I don't know how long we'll be going for. Send to the store.
That was professional.
Watch this. Watch this. Ready? What's up, everybody? You should shoot over to YouTube. We got a live going on with me, Nick Devine, and Danny from Resistance Crew Build Team channel. Go over there and watch it. I think I nailed the beginning.
Yeah, you did. So I don't know if I should do a braid or if I should do like enigmas or hedgehogs. Either
just
way, they're
didn't.
going in the Twisted Messes cubed.
You got one of them too, huh? When did you get that?
I do. I believe it or not, I think this is my third one because the first one that I got was back in the day when we were doing waffles. Remember when we were like raising team funds and then we'd use it to like throw in on a charity or something. And so I got the first one and used it for a waffle. I got the second one before I ever built it. I think that one went in with like a prize package for the braids for blue or something along those lines. And then probably a good few months ago, I think somebody was selling one. I don't remember if somebody was selling one or I just happened to see one on sale somewhere. And I was like, you know what? I've had 2 of these fucking things, but I've never even vaped it. So I went ahead and grabbed another one. I seem to do that with a lot of my Twisted Messes decks. They always seem to get used like once and then put in a raffle because I know that everybody, it's something that everybody likes.
Yeah. That I just placed an order with Twisted Messes last week, and he's got them on sale for $30 now.
Oh, nice.
And I have
a
stainless one, but I figured it'd be a good giveaway, so I got a black one this week.
Yeah.
So you might think this is sacrilege, but what I've been thinking of doing is, because it's like positive, negative on either side, I've been thinking about filing out and then being able to put like 25 ply in there or something crazy.
I did that with my dot mod 1.5. I drilled out and filed down the middle of the post so that I could fit bigger wires in there.
Danny, you weren't around at the time, but back in the days of like the Patriot and the original Kennedy, it used to be that the first thing you would do when you got a new RDA was take a drill bit to it and drill out the post holes because they were so fucking small. Like the Patriot, you could fit, I think the largest you could fit in it was 22 gauge. So it was like impossible to even get Claptons in it. So you had to drill them out.
So yeah, I want to drill out my Anglo. I love the vape I get off the Anglo, but like the ear holes are just too pinhole for me. But yeah, I it's been on my mind for a while about doing it, but like I'm a bit scared to as well because I'm a bit of a klutz when it comes to power tools.
I'm going to let all my Instagram followers, all like 27 of them, know. We're over on the Resistance Crew YouTube page. If you want to come hang out with me and Nick and Danny doing some builds, I'm probably going to be doing a braid. So, yeah, come check it out. Hey, what up, G? Oh, Jesus. I got too much going on my fucking table. Now that I'm working again, I've been lazy as shit as far as building and getting the other DSLR videos and shit recorded. And my fucking table is a mess down here.
I've been slacking on building lately. I've done the one recent one I've done with the interlock and the twisted mesas, but today's the first time I've built properly in quite a while.
Yeah. Let me grab my clamp.
I checked yesterday, I think it was yesterday or the day before your channel to see if you'd uploaded any more for the photography series. Need more videos.
What up, Tommy V? How you doing, sir? Let's see, actually, let's keep this turned this way. Jerry, I don't think I said hey to you either. What's going on, Jerry?
Drew, you know with the DSLR, you know the contacts for the lens. If I put some rubbing alcohol on a Q-tip and rubbed on there, would that be okay or not advised?
No, that'd be perfectly fine. The only thing I would recommend doing is soak the cotton on the Q-tip to the point that it's nice and saturated, and then just kind of like stand it up like this, take a paper towel, and then just dab it on the paper towel a couple of times, just so that there's no like free-flowing liquid. It still won't hurt anything, but you can actually wash dust and shit into the back end of the connection that way. If like when you go to press on it and you have liquid come around, then it can force little particulates and shit into the housing of the camera. But they're more robust than you would think. Are you having problems with the lens, like communicating with the camera?
It's communicating with it to the point where it's I can control f-stops and stuff. But for some reason, when I set up my lock ends, like beginning and end, sometimes it's not going through, and I don't know if it's the software or the camera or the lens. So I just want to start the process of elimination.
Yeah. Have you tried just throwing it on and using it to autofocus on stuff?
Yeah, so it'll autofocus will work. It's literally seems to be when I set up a stack.
Okay.
But when I first got this lens, like it wouldn't even connect to my camera. There was no communication, so I don't know if it's the lens. Now, just before I did that, I reverse mounted an 18 to 55 and another 18 to 55. I don't know if I've done something with the weight.
Did you use a step-up ring or a proper coupler to mount the two together?
It was just it wasn't a step-up ring, but it was the same kind of thing, but 55 and 55. If that makes any sense.
Okay.
I didn't actually use a coupler.
Okay, well, if it was barrel end of the lens to barrel end of the lens, that shouldn't really cause any issues. Because I have an actual reverse mount coupler, so you put that on the front of the lens, and then the front end of the lens is what mounts to the camera. So instead of having like a regular attached lens and then like attaching another lens reverse to it. Well, my wife is trying to order me shoes, and I'm very specific. I wear only 2 variations of the Adidas Superstar. And so they have to be one of those 2. I've worn the same fucking style of shoes since 8th grade.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. True.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just one of those. Yeah, I'm particular about my shoes. Not that particular where it has to be the same shoe, but I have to have like skate shoes, flat bottom shoes. Anything else in my feet just feel numb.
Should I do a Celtic or a Spanish? Either way, I'm gonna triple the loops up. Buddy. Did not think this through. There we go.
I'm digging using this this regulated mod in bypass mode. I usually don't do that. It's working pretty good though.
Which one is it?
The Nova by Geek Vape. It's a low bill, 0.08. It is eating up battery, but firing at 3.9.
Yeah, I was really surprised the Aegis X. I threw it in bypass mode with the LG HD2s, and that motherfucker in bypass was hitting at 4.18 volts.
Wow.
Yeah, I was like, that is no voltage drop. It's pretty extreme. And the HD2s aren't, but I think 20 amp. I can't remember now if they're 20 amp or 25. I know they're not like the fucking 30 Qs.
Yeah.
So did you see that massive fucking hematoma on that female fighter's head? What was it on? I think 246, Nick.
Yeah,
UFC?
It was pretty bad.
Yeah, that looked pretty fucking rough.
Yeah, she looked smarter.
Right. She got that Dexter head going.
Yeah, but yeah, that did not look good.
No, I didn't see that until today.
It changed her whole face. She looked like a completely different person.
It really fucking did.
Because it wasn't just at first. It was just a lump on her head, and then it turned her whole forehead big. And you
She
thought
really
Paul,
did get her face rearranged. It's fucking
yeah,
hardcore.
you thought Polacks had big heads before. Fucking check this out.
So, Danny, did you hear I'm learning how to do sutures? Learning how to stitch up?
Andrew,
Hmm?
say that again.
I'm learning how to do sutures, like stitches.
Wait,
You know,
are you working in a hospital or?
I'm working in an animal hospital. Currently, I am a kennel tech because I don't have experience, so they wouldn't hire me as a vet tech. But I'm doing like some parts of what a vet tech would do. Like I'm prepping animals for surgery, so getting them, I'm only holding them currently for sedation while the actual vet tech does the injectable, and then getting them on the table, connecting the leads up and everything to the monitoring machines, and helping them recover when they're waking back up from anesthesia. And
Does that make you like squeamish at all?
no, so I don't really have like any prior medical experience, but I did when I was 16. I wanted to join the Marine Corps, and I wanted to be a combat medic. And I had a pretty bad ingrown toenail on my big toe, and went to a podiatrist. And podiatrist was, bringing up small talk and asked me what I wanted to be when I grew up. And I told him, and he was like, "Okay, well, you wanna do this yourself?" And I was like, "Shit, hell yeah!" So he walked me through it. So I used the little liquid nitrogen spray. Did everything from the numbing shots to running the flat end scissors underneath my toe, separating it from the nail bed. Clipped it off at the root, pulled it out, put the shit that kills the root so it won't grow back. Put that down like in my toe and all that shit. And I mean, that didn't bother me. And then I've watched a couple of neuters and spays, where they open the dog up and remove the testicles or the ovaries. So it
So
hadn't messed
I
with me.
I used to I like gore and everything. Nothing used to bother me. Like I could watch somebody like literally I could watch somebody explode in front of me and it would never have bothered me.
Mm-hmm.
Like I've never seen somebody explode in front of me, just to clarify. But I'm just saying, like it shit like that never used to bother me. And then
Yeah.
as soon as my daughter was born, like eh, yeah, I just turned into this big squeamish potato. So
Yeah, I've heard that can happen. And it has, like, since my son was born, I have noticed I'm a lot more just sensitive to shit. Like, I've never been one to cry at sappy movies or anything like that, and now I've noticed I'll tear up a lot easier than I used to, like over stupid shit too.
like my kid will jump off the sofa and my gut's inside turn now. It's weird. My kids turn me into a sap.
Well, I think that's more of a being terrified that your child's going to get hurt, not so much like blood and gut squeamish.
Yeah, man. I'm just glad you managed to find something. Maybe it's a bonus if you enjoy it as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, now I just need to get one or two checks in so that I can fucking catch up on shit. Because I haven't, obviously being unemployed for almost a year. Luckily, my wife makes pretty decent money selling insurance, but I haven't had like fucking anything for expendable income. So it's gonna be nice to pay some bills and actually have some money to do some stuff that I want to do. Geez, still hanging. Leave the animals alone when they're knocked out. Yeah, I try to, Tommy. It's bad enough the poor dog's getting their insides taken out. I don't need to mess with them any further. Awesome. Thanks, G. G shared the link on over on Facebook, so we might have some more people showing up. It's always kind of funny though when you get a bunch of builders on a stream and they're actually like actively building. It's usually pretty fucking quiet.
Yeah. It's quite funny with like builders and stuff. It's like I watch like people on Twitch and stuff, and it's like I get it. Sometimes they go quiet when they're concentrating and stuff, and then like with building, it's like it's even more of a thing. Like how Nick's like the level of entertainment and what he's making at the same time is just blows my mind. Because like
right,
I go in Zoom room with like builders and stuff, and everyone's quiet and everyone's okay with that quiet because everyone's quite focusing. Like, but it's like it's completely different when you add a live element to it.
Mm-hmm.
Because chat just wants to chat to you and interact with you and stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
You just want to nail what you're building.
That's part of the reason I went with doing a braid, since I haven't done. I was thinking hedgehogs, but outside of like getting the cores ready, I probably would not speak a word, and you just see the top of my head.
I haven't done a
face
hedgehog.
going.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll go.
Sometimes it's good. It's not like, it wouldn't be entertaining every week to do a show where just people are just building and not talking too much, but once in a while, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. Plus, now's a good opportunity if anybody in chat has any questions for like the Resistance crew as a whole. I mean, throw them in there. I'm sure I'll see them at some point. Since I'm doing a braid, I've done about 500,000 times. I can keep up with chat.
Yeah, I should be done this soon too, so if this thing stopped fucking with me.
I think that's more up towards like Ohio and stuff, Tommy. Unless you're in like Middle Eastern Georgia, like Jessup and all that, where they have lots of farmland.
So here in Wales, the rest of the country call us Welsh people sheep shaggers.
Yeah. Yeah, anywhere rural in the United States usually ends up with that same kind of stigma going on. There's a pretty stark contrast between what my room looks like now versus what it looked like on the live on Saturday Night Vapor last night. You couldn't even fucking read the posters behind me. I had this room fogged the fuck out.
Yeah, I'd never clicked before until today. the Resistance Crew poster is all the Twisted Maces deck.
It's all Twisted Messes 24.
Yeah. I only clocked today. I said, oh, right.
Yeah, we did that maybe 2 or 3 weeks after the release. And it's, I want to say it was everybody at the time, every single member at the time. Because we always, once you get like 12 or more people, you're bound to have some people who are inactive sometimes, or just not be able to get everybody to participate in everything that you do. Kind of like the builds going for Mac. There was a couple of people that didn't donate, and it's not a problem. Life happens, but I think the Resistance Crew poster is every member at the time. There's only one, which was Addo, who's sadly not on the team currently. I need to talk to him. I haven't talked to him in a long time. All of them are the blue TM24 Pro, except for Addo's in the top corner. His is the matte black deck. It's like, damn it, dude. We could have had everything exactly the same. You had to go and fuck it up. But yeah, Kent, fucking being the stand-up guy that he is, he messaged the team page and was like, hey, so I got a large format printer. Like, you guys want me to print those posters? And so we figured, like covering ink cost and everything, it'd probably be around like $75 or so to print them all. So I think it's it's 24 by 42 or 24 by 46. So they're not exactly tiny. And he printed them and signed them and then sent them all to Mike, and like completely at his cost. Didn't want anything for him. Yeah, so then we just paid Mike to ship them individually to each of the team members that was on there. That is definitely my most prized vape possession. I wish I remembered the exact date that we formed the Resistance Crew. I know it was around July 4th, because at the time I was actually laid up in the hospital with a collapsed lung and a chest tube. But it was, I think this July will be 5 years. It's been a hell of a ride. It amazes me how fucking far the team has come. I mean, I remember like getting super fucking excited to get Nick to join, and then like every member that we've added since then has been like, holy shit, this is fucking, these are guys that are well beyond my level. And to have like the name recognition that we do, it just blows my fucking mind. Something for like completely unknown at the time builders just had an idea, like, hey, let's make a build team and not be dicks.
Well, these guys accomplished one of them things.
What do you mean? Oh yeah, making a build team and not being dicks. Yeah, we got the build team part down.
Yeah, when I remember when Richie Oliver joined the team, I was like, oh shit.
I know.
Serious?
That was a fucking big draw. We gotta talk Richie into sitting down at the build table again. Man's out there a little too busy killing the landscape game.
Yeah. Hey, whatever.
Proby Photography. Yeah, Proby Photography on Instagram for anybody interested in seeing old Richie Oliver, the inventor of the interlock. See what he's up to nowadays. What's up, Zoidberg? How's it going, sir? I sent Fresh some coils last week, and he hasn't said anything. So either they haven't arrived like they were supposed to, or he's pissed that I sent him 4-core 28 stainless interlocking aliens, so they're too low for him. And then he just hates the braid.
Would that be too low? I said, would that be too low for them? I forget, like, not everybody beats at 0.1. It was like 0.12.
Yeah, I mean, with to be honest with you, I didn't even think about it because unless it's like 0.05 or lower, like I never think about it. And because I don't sell coils and I only do them for like charity events now, I usually stick to like 2736 aliens, or I'll do like 28 38 interlocks, or like a maybe at the most like an 8-ply for alien, so I know that they're like around 0.12 to 0.14. So I don't usually pay that much attention to what I'm building anymore. So maybe I sent him a bunch of shit that he's like, I can't fucking use this. Hopefully not. Also, I feel kind of bad. I might be quitting my job already. There's a girl that I went to high school with. She works at an animal hospital that's like half the distance away to the one that I'm working at currently. And she said that they're always looking for kennel techs. So just come in and drop in an application. I'm like, damn, I just started this other job. I've been there for like 2 weeks.
It's always easy to get a job when you've got a job, though.
Yeah, it really is. Like, it took me a solid 2.5 months of applying to anywhere between like 5 to 10 jobs every single fucking day to get a job. And now that I have a job, I've had 3 of the companies that I had contacted reach back out to me looking for interviews. But they're like lower paying jobs, like out in Atlanta. So it'd be like an hour and 15-minute drive for me every day. But it's like, yeah, go figure. Now that I'm actually fucking working, it's like jobs are available everywhere. But yeah, I mean, if I can get on, I'll have to talk to her, because if I have the ability to move up to a kennel tech as quickly as I would where I'm at now, then I might think about giving it a couple of months and then giving the place that I'm at now, giving them like a 1 month notice, being like, look, I'll even help train my replacement. Or, hey, if you guys want to give me a couple extra dollars an hour, I'll stay here. But otherwise, if I can cut my travel time in half doing the same job, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to put twice as much wear and tear on a vehicle and twice as much mileage on it.
This is the most satisfying thing ever. So this is just finished printing. You build you put a raft on it underneath, but like taking this raft off, it's like peeling sticky back plastic off something new. It's amazing.
Nice. Yeah, I keep forgetting that you have a 3D printer.
Yo, dude. So I started printing, and I printed all the way through until like mid-January. I've only just now started printing again, and I now have 2 3D printers.
Nice.
So the one stopped working, and I was talking to them for a while, and they were like, "Oh, we'll send you another one," and they sent me another one, and the fan didn't work on it. I was like, "Guys, one I can understand, but 2 separate machines with 2 separate issues? Come on!" They were like, "How about you keep both the printers, and we'll call it a day?" And I'm like, "Is this going to affect me with future issues?" And they're like, "No, you still got your warranty and everything." So I now have 2 3D printers, one of which I'm going to have to work out the issue for it. But even if I just use it for spares and repairs on this one that's set up. But yesterday, I printed a box like yesterday. Now the measurements are kind of off on it, but it was more of the learning process of designing it then, not the getting the print itself right.
Yeah.
Because that's
figuring out your dimensions in CAD and whatnot.
Yeah, because like digitally, and this is the big issue I had with these coil wrappers that I designed. Digitally, if you measure something to be 2 millimeters, when it prints, it's going to be 1.5 millimeters because of the shrinkage. This is my swivel setup, Zyberg. I'm on like a kind of a new setup with my drill. It's kind of a bit weird and over the top, but it's it's just a swivel. And yeah, I've got 2 now, but I'm just going to use the one for parts and whatnot. But I do have 2 of the what's it called then? Not the CPU of it, but like the brains of it. So I could just buy parts and build a really good one. Right, that's that.
Paul wants to know what the wooden thing is in front of you, Danny.
Shit. Okay, I was talking away. Did you hear anything I just said?
I did. I was kind of zoned. My dad texted me and told me that he sold his car, but
yeah, I don't know. Did you hear what I said about why I had 2 3D printers?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay,
yeah. And then you said something about having 2 of the like the CPU housings for them. Like the brain boxes. I don't think you were muted. I just don't know if you answered that or not. But he's saying, "Okay, cheers, Danny." So I guess, yeah.
So I was confused because I muted my mic when I was like, I couldn't remember when I muted my mic. I was like, did anybody even hear me say anything?
No, that was just me being rude and not listening carefully.
But yeah, man, it's fun doing it, but like it's really really time consuming. Because did you see that Groot I did?
I did not.
Oh well, I printed off a Groot model, and like that took 19 hours. So it's,
good lord!
And like these RDA stands, like that's 4 hours. It's
jeez, but you don't have to like sit there and watch it.
It depends. Right? So I'll show you now. So see this on here now. That's like do you guys call it Pritt stick, like glue stick? This stuff.
Yeah. So we just call it glue sticks.
Glue sticks, yeah. So I'm having a glue stick for it to stay to it. There's a chemical reaction between the PLA and the Pritt stick. Now, what the issue is you might get halfway through a print and then the bottom unstick, and then your print starts going everywhere.
Yeah, that would be a problem.
Yeah. So what a lot of the like people who use 3D printers do is they buy glass and print onto glass. It stays like stuck to it really well. It's just a case of me taking the time to sit down, work out, see what they're using and ordering a piece of glass. Because tradition, like this is upside down. That's the right way up, but sticking to this is even worse than sticking to this. So
okay.
it's just all learning curves. So I guess in a year's time, I'll probably be able to print anything on anything.
A couple of the guys on the resistance crew.
This isn't the place for that kind of talk, Mr. Zyberg. That's reserved for Saturdays.
Exactly. That's for the selfless butt plugs. That's the Saturday extravaganza.
If you talk like that, I'm gonna come all over you, Zoidberg.
I'll make one for your other half, Zyberg.
Everybody was happy I was acting out the lyrics to the songs at karaoke until Come On Eileen came on.
G's probably still sore from last night.
I bet he is.
He pretty much admitted. Sorry, I shouldn't even be saying stuff like this on the TRC YouTube, but he pretty much admitted to him and his wife pegging. So
More or less.
Right. Well, that took longer than I expected. Jesus Christ.
How long did you make it?
Just 2 coils. I don't know how much it came out to.
You're just having problems with your spacing or something?
Yeah, it was just zigzaggy and I kept stopping. Yeah.
I hate that shit.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons I haven't done a staggered build in so long. Is I know that when I go to do another staggered build, it's at least the first couple of times I'm going to have issues with the spacing on it. And then it's going to be a pain in the ass, and then I'm not going to want to do staggereds, and then I'll just get pissed off and throw a drill. And nobody needs that.
No.
They just look so fucking good, though. When they're done clean, it's one of the most, like, I guess, like, post-industrial modern art-looking coils. It's just really clean lines and nice contrast between the edge of the ribbon standing up and then the wire going across. It just looks so good.
Yeah, there's some people that I talk to that don't even vape, and like when they see my pictures, those are always the favorite ones they have.
Mm-hmm. There's a guy on my Facebook page that follows me on Instagram, and he said that they just look like industrial artwork, is what he calls it.
Yeah.
He's all into like prepping and way heavy into the Second Amendment and owning as many guns as he possibly can and stuff. And then he follows my my Instagram because he likes the art. I gotta hook up with this chick that actually lives not too far from here. I should probably say that in a more professional way as well. I need to get in touch with a model that lives in my area. She does like mostly like pinup style stuff, not the like overly sexual stuff, but you know, like the white and black polka dot dress with like the Minnie Mouse looking bow tie in her hair. That kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I would love to do a portrait shoot with her doing that kind of look. I don't know why I brought that up. Facebook.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm in a TFP group, a Time for Photos thing. It helps models and photographers both build their portfolios. So you don't pay the model doesn't pay the photographer. Both of you get paid with final images. Which helps out a lot for a broke motherfucker like myself.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, it's like I need to build a portfolio, but in order to do so, I could either convince family members who have no modeling experience whatsoever to model for me, and with me not having experience working with models, I don't really know how to like direct models to pose. So that usually doesn't turn out all that great. You might get like one or two keepers out of like 1,000 pictures you take that day. Or, do the time for photos thing and know that I'm definitely not going to get paid for anything, but know that I don't have to pay for a model with at least some experience. G says he'd be happy to cast Critical Eye over that portrait look. I'm guessing you like pin-up style, Big G.
G is the pinup.
Right. I really freaking wish that there was a airfield around here that I could shoot at that had like even just like replicas of like an old P-35 Mustang or like like World War II airplanes. So I think like a pinup style model with like those style of planes in the background would be a fucking awesome shoot.
Yeah. It's like the I don't know what the picture's called, but it's almost a cartoon with the. I think it is a cartoon.
The returning sailor that has his girl bent over, giving her a big kiss.
That's one, and then the one with the girl with the muscle. She shows her muscle.
Oh, Rosie Riveter.
Yeah.
Yeah. The red handkerchief all tied up in her hair and the blue overall sleeve rolled up. We can do it.
Yeah.
I also need to either convince my wife to let me build, or better yet, just purchase a large white wooden box, like 42 by 42, to do a style of portraiture called inside the box. It works mostly with kids. But you just have one box and you set up the different frames, and then you stitch everything together in Photoshop afterwards. So you have like a 3x3 or 6x6 grid, and the kids are in each one of the boxes, but they can be handing like their sister something in a different box, all that kind of fun stuff. And then I just bought some flowers at the grocery store to do more of that water droplet style stuff. Do some more macro stock images, see if I can't become somebody's desktop background. Oh damn, that's fucking sad, G. Apparently the real life Rosie Riveter has recently passed away.
Just recently?
Yeah, that's what he said. She just died.
I
don't think he means like right now. Well, I mean, you gotta figure the artwork was a drawing, so, and that was in the 40s, the early 40s.
That bitch got erased.
So she was right. She was probably in her like early 20s at the time, I would imagine. Still, that'd be 80 years ago. Or that would make her 80, not 80 years ago. Died a couple of days ago. That's sad. That's literally a like historical figure. Everybody knows fucking Rosie the Riveter. Whether they know that her name was Rosie or not, who knows, but that image is iconic as fuck. Hell yeah, Nick. Came up pretty clean, man.
Yeah.
The zigzagging was worth it.
Yeah. Let me. I do have to go for a second to go check on the family and see what the fuck's up for dinner. What the fuck is up for dinner?
All right. We'll be here. Crafting away.
Yeah.
I'm pretty happy. My core holders work. They're not my design, but I've had to blow them up to work the way I want them to work.
Hell yeah. It's a shame you're on the other side of the pond. I'd have you make some for me, but the shipping wouldn't be worth it.
It costs like less than $10.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, like I used to send like I've got like I don't sell coils anymore, but like this is like a friend, so when she needs coils, like I'll send them to her. But like she'd order like 30 sets of coils off me, and it only cost like $10 to send 30 sets of coils in each in separate pots. And these would be even lighter than lighter than that.
Yeah.
But let me refine them a little bit more because I'm trying to work them out. So this is that's the default size, and then that's a blown up one where all I've done is increased the percentage of the actual thing. Mm-hmm. But I want it to be that wide, but the original size. Right, come on, my Digicam controller, what is going on? Whenever I'm in Zoom, like all my software just goes to shit. I can't use Helicon when I'm in Zoom.
I can't do fucking anything, but that's because I'm on a laptop with a single core i5 5500 2.4 gigahertz processor with Intel integrated graphics. So I do anything graphics heavy, and it's like, who the fuck do you think I am? What do you think? I'm a Dell XPS 15 or some shit? Can't be doing this on here. Need to figure out how I can advertise on my son's soccer league Facebook page to do like team photos and shit for them. Because my wife is absolutely fine with any extra money I make from doing like photography side gigs, using that to purchase more gear or do pretty much whatever I want to with. So if I make an extra couple $100, about $500-600, I can build a PC up. Well, I don't need anything too crazy.
Yeah, it's so easy. I like there's all different types of markets where like with like phones and stuff where like if you pay that a little bit more, you're gonna get more. But with a computer, there's so many parts, and you start thinking about that with each and every part, and before you know it, instead of spending like $800, you're spending like $3,000 dollars, and then you're just like, well, what the fuck? How did that happen? But yeah. I'm just glad.
Yeah, because you'll be like, well, right now I only need 3 PCI Express lanes, but I might need 5 in the future.
Sure, yeah.
So then, then you upgrade your motherboard by $200-300, and then you're like, well, now I can, because I've upgraded the motherboard, I can put one of the dual slot. What is it? The I think it's like the 660 Ti graphics cards, like the big Mac daddies. It's like, now that I have extra expansion slots.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, well, that's another couple $100. And then you're like, well, to really make use of that, I guess I should go with the like Ryzen 5 instead of the Ryzen 3. Then all of a sudden your $600 build's a $1,400 build. It's like, whoops.
As long as you don't cop out on like the motherboard and the power supply, like the rest doesn't. It's all upgradable.
Yeah.
It's
unless you really cheap out and get a fucking soldered on CPU, you get like a pre-built board with a soldered on CPU.
Can you even buy them anymore for desktops?
Probably not. The last time that I saw one available was when I was like 16. That was still an option. I know they still do it in a lot of like consumer end laptops. They're not socketed. They're
Macs are still like that.
Yeah. Well, even a lot of like the HP that I'm using now, I haven't actually taken it apart to look, but this one's only like a year and a half old. And I guarantee you that fucking i7 is soldered on and not socketed, which is stupid as fuck. But and in all honesty, I could take it up to the cell phone repair shop that I used to work at and fucking use the BGA rework station and take that bitch off. But then you run the risk of pulling a pad, and then I'd have to fucking spend hours of my life that I would never get back repairing fucking pads on a board to potentially cause issues with the new CPU, and it's not worth it.
Yeah. So
now, like a bent pen or a busted pen off of a brand new CPU, I will spend the time to fucking fix that.
So the thing is now as well, right? You could get away with using a Ryzen 3. Like you wouldn't see much difference between the two, because like the standard like 3 years ago, well, a bit more than 3 years ago, was like quad core with 8 threads. Well, that's essentially what an R3, most of the R3s are.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm guessing you're quite short there, Mr. Zyberg. Well, yes, we're just nerding out. Apologies.
Yeah.
But yeah, like my older computer is a 6700K, which is 4 cores, 8 threads. And now I've got this one, which is the 8 cores, 12 threads. Like, even though it's a slightly slower CPU, there's only a few instances where I see a difference, and like that's more because it's a video game orientated, and the game is came out in 2012, where it doesn't even it optimizes one single fast core, and that's it.
Yeah.
So like that's because it's an old piece of game.
Well, in the threads, like I have like a super basic understanding of, but I know that if you go with something like, let's say you go with a 8-core processor that has 32 threads, I know it can actually lead to slower operations with if it's only using a single thread. It's something of how like the memory is mapped or some shit like that. It can end up running slower on certain applications if your thread count is way higher than what you actually need.
I use a piece of software, I forget what I haven't actually got it installed right now, and it allows me to permanently control threads with particular pieces of software, because Helicon is a good example. If I use all my threads with Helicon, it renders slower than what it would if I was to not use all
Why
graphics.
are you not doing a GPU offload with Helicon?
No.
Why? Is there like any specific reason?
I get
Is it
more.
just running fast enough that there's really no like advantage at this point?
So for me, I don't know if this is where NVIDIA drivers are at the moment, but I get more Helicon crashes if I use my. It's fat. If it doesn't crash, if the software doesn't crash, it's faster with my GPU.
Yeah.
But because of the amount of crashes I've been getting, it's faster just to do my CPU.
Yeah, if the render time is 1/3, but you're having to render it 4 times because it crashes, then it's not any faster.
But
I wonder why it's crashing.
I think it's NVIDIA drivers, if I'm being perfectly honest.
What card are you using?
I'm on a GTX 1070 hybrid. It's just like water cooled.
Yeah, that's a bit of a beast.
There's another side to it as well, where my current Windows installation, I don't think is stable. I've been having a lot of issues with it. I think I've got a RAM leak because I think it's a bad install. And just anybody, if you ever install Windows and it just doesn't seem right, just reinstall Windows. Sometimes it needs to do it twice.
Mm-hmm.
That's more. I think that's more to do with like high-end machines though than like general machines. I don't think you'd notice it on a general machine.
Yeah. Well, even on general machines, that a lot of people don't realize is back up all your data and do a fresh install of Windows at least once a year. If nothing else, at least once a year.
Yeah.
If you use your computer or your laptop pretty heavily, and you're doing a lot of like file transfers on and off the hard drive, and you're doing kind of intensive work, then probably every 3 to 4 months you should back everything up and just do a fresh install of Windows.
So
things will run a lot smoother that way.
I do mine every quarter, every 3 months, give or take. But like I like my machine running like tip top. But for me, like I can do it in approximately an hour, and that's like my machine being back where it was.
Oh shit! I think I just fucked up. I guess we're about to find out. Yeah, it really doesn't take that long, especially with new machines, because they have the not the restore from like a previous version, but they have the like fresh install. I don't remember what the fuck it's called. I did fuck up. Oh well, that's enough for a coil. But they have the option in fucking, I think it's in the control panel, where you can just go in and be like, yeah, I want a fresh install.
Oh no, I don't do that. I do mine from scratch. Like,
yeah, but you gotta have like either you gotta have a copy of Windows on either like a thumb drive or a disk to do it that way. Most people aren't gonna fuck with that because, I mean, let's be honest, most of us are gonna pirate that shit. I'm not spending a couple $100 to get a legit copy of Windows on a fucking CD.
Dude, I can get you Windows for like $3. That's how much it costs.
I'm down for that. You let me know how that works.
Yeah,
because I need to do a fucking install anyway.
Right, listen, there's no value in Windows anymore.
No, that's why they did from 7 to 10 was a free upgrade, and even if you had a pirated copy, and they couldn't validate your license on Windows 7, they still would let you upgrade to Windows 10 for free.
But I own like several copies of Windows with various accounts. But like it's just on you just type in genuine Windows 10 Pro on eBay and it'll come up for a couple of bucks. And if it comes up as $10, let me know and I'll find one cheaper. And then you go through the process and it instantly sends you the key.
Okay.
It's just really cheap.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I turn off all of the Windows telemetries. Their value now is based off of you, like your information and your
Yeah.
But you can turn all that shit off. Like it just slows the machine down anyway.
Very true. Let's see if I can get this thing to cooperate today. Oh. I'm going to go with probably not, but let's see.
I built an Enigma. I actually built 3 Enigmas, but my software isn't working right now, so I can't even show you.
That's what I've done. That's what it looks like before going through the roller.
Ooh.
Then I'm going to run it through the pasta roller. What up, Kim?
Danny
Ow,
doing
shit.
braids. That's a joke. Kim knows I can't braid.
Damn it all to hell. It got me. And that's a 21 strand Spanish. So 3/7 loop. That hurt.
Yeah, we've got the chat up, Kim.
We do. It's it's just one of those streams where we're both building and
I'm
all that
terrible.
shit, so.
I'm terrible when it comes to chat and stuff.
Yeah, it happens, dude. So I gotta figure out what the fuck's going on with my medicine combinations and my fucking skin. Like, can you see this, Danny?
Yeah. So when you came on, I was like, oh, is Drew being in the sun or something? But then
No, there's a spot like across my fucking forehead and right here on either side of my face that ever since I've been on this fucking mirtazapine, I have these fucking like super dry areas. If I don't put lotion on my face like 3 or 4 fucking times a day, I end up with this shit and it gets like super dry and flaky. So I get rosacea from my fucking anti-anxiety shit.
Could it be thinning the blood a little bit and then causing you to, and then because like if all those pores open up and get exposed and then it
that's why
out,
that's why the circles under my eyes have gotten worse too, because I'm actually getting more sleep and I have like kind of like beaming in. But if I tilt my head down, look at this. Looks like I have 2 black eyes.
He looks like a dark horse.
Exactly. I look like a dark horse. Like it's fucked up, man. So I'm gonna have to get some fucking like steroid infused lotion to keep on my face, so I don't have these like rosacea patches.
Or borrow some of the wife's foundation.
Right.
You'll look totally pretty.
I am gonna have to get some tattoo cover up ink because on wearing my scrubs, about this much of my tattoo shows, and apparently that's not okay at work. I'm not allowed to have this much of a tattoo, like even though it's a negative space across. I mean, come on. But yeah, I can't have any ink showing, so I have to wear 3/4 length sleeves under my scrub shirt at work. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab this other terrapin and then I'll get started on finishing up that other coil. So I'll be back in 1 second.
Okay. So it didn't even register me doing this entire stack. So what is everybody vaping on today? Kim the Raccoon. Too many G's. There was another G in G stream last night. Unless it was the same vaping G. I can't remember.
I'm gonna have to ask my contact at the other animal hospital if visible tattoos are okay. then I'll tell my current employer like, hey, I have a clinic that I could go work at that's half the distance away, and I don't have to sweat my fucking balls off all day to cover up a tattoo.
So you all prepped for the coronavirus, Drew? Are you ready to set up house and fight off the zombie horde?
I am. Mostly because I don't think it's definitely going to have a felt impact, but I don't think it's going to become like the next plague.
No, it's
by any means.
It's not going to become the next plague. I had a really weird conversation with my grandfather the other day, where he essentially was like he's got lung disease. He's had it for 6 years. He's at the tail end of it. He's probably got like a year left in him anyway. But the general gist of the conversation was like, this is it, sort of thing. I'm not going to go too much into details, but like, I'm not concerned about me, but I am concerned about loved ones and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I'm at a point now where I just want it to get it out of the fucking way instead of like watching it and waiting. Like, that's worse. I'd rather just be ill.
Yeah, I mean, honestly though, the thing is, if you were to get it with the level of health that you seem to be in anyway, I would imagine that you would probably have pneumonia for a couple of weeks. That would be like the worst of it. Because even in people under the age of 50, it has a less than 1% lethality rate. And you got to figure that most of those cases are in China, where they're not really receiving proper healthcare for it. They're being quarantined, and there's videos leaking online of like, and it's probably bullshit, but of like workers welding shut doors and stuff. So if that is actually happening, then they're not getting any sort of healthcare at all. They're getting just locked up, and like either you get through it or you don't. But with most developed countries that aren't communist, it's going to be like a pretty immediate quarantine. The healthcare system in the U.S. is designed for this to kind of fuck everybody up as much as humanly possible because of the kind of super loose rules that we have on medication pricing. Because if you have insurance, normally they will bill you at 10 to 15 times higher than if you're self-pay, because they know that insurance will cover it, insurance will kick in, and the drug companies can make fuckloads of money. So that's kind of how they've done it for years. And when you have a coronavirus test that costs $1,400 to do, people are going to put off going and getting the test done because they're going to say maybe it's not, maybe it's just the flu, maybe it's just a cold. And so that kind of, feeds into everything else. But if you're doing general, hygiene, washing your hands a couple of times throughout the day, not constantly touching your face, which is just good practice to do anyway, then I don't really think it's going to be an issue, because it lives on cloth for 6 to 12 hours, can live on metal surfaces for 12 hours, is only airborne for about 3 minutes. So if somebody sneezes in an area, it will take it roughly 3 minutes for all the particulates to hit the ground. And then you have, the 6 to 12 hour time window for it to still be alive. So if you're touching metal or cloth on other individuals, just, use some hand sanitizer or wash your fucking hands and you'll be okay. But I mean, we have a bunch of people from a cruise ship that have tested positive for coronavirus. I think it's 34 individuals that are coming into the county next door to my county that are supposed to be arriving, I think, today.
Yeah. So the other thing that
I'm not concerned.
The other thing I'm more concerned about than the virus itself is social disorder. Our supermarkets here have now announced that they are rationing, which is just like, I understand why, but at the same time, I think you should let the hoarders do their hoarding and then they're done. Not because if you also ration, if you go to get something and it's not there, it's because they're rationing and saying only 50 people have had this today.
Yeah, I mean, we've had kind of the same issue here. Although the way that our supply chains are set up, like because we have wholesale places like Costco and Sam's and stuff like that a lot of people shop at anyway. Our like grocery stores and like supermarkets are set up a little bit differently. And I was kind of introduced to that from our exchange student. Like, we have so many different types of each individual product out on the shelf that like the sheer amount of like toilet paper, for example, we have Charmin, and then there's 70 subsets of Charmin, but each individual like grocery store has 500 of each of those subsets of Charmin, you know, and then you go to Quilted Northern and like the same thing. So our supply chains are kind of set up to where we can withstand people doing a lot of hoarding, but apparently toilet paper is one of the big ones that people are hoarding.
Yeah. So there was a psychologist, and she was saying British people would rather have clean asses than food in their belly. Like,
I'm sure like the CEO of like Purell and Lysol, they're loving this shit because hand sanitizer and Lysol disinfectant spray is fucking flying off the shelves.
So I you know, the meme is strong with me, so I'll quickly show this because it's funny. Hang on, let me hide people's identities because it's Facebook. Where the fuck's this? But yeah, this will make you chuckle. Yeah, parents panic buying tissues, and your kids.
Oh wow, that's fucking. Oh, that's disgusting.
But it's the truth though, isn't it?
Yeah,
I know like, that's.
Go ahead.
That's what my kid does. Like, it's.
Yeah, I even got on to Noah today because we were when we were in the grocery store. He has to touch fucking everything. I'm like, dude, because he'll be like, hey, look at this, and he can't point and be like, hey, look at this on the shelf. He's got to be like, let me grab it, and then like, you know, oh, I moved something, so let me move everything back, and then he's like, here, look at this, and like has to shove it in your face. It's like I can see it on the shelf. You can be like, hey, Dad, look.
Well, it's like my daughter. Her way of greeting you is taste testing you. You know, so it's yeah. So if we're gonna Garrett, we're gonna fucking Garrett.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah, if you have kids, you're fucked. Anytime any sort of super virus comes around, you're gonna get it.
So I'm gonna let people in stream decide. So I started doing a stack, right? And for some reason, my software crashed. So should I reshoot or keep this and do the edit? That's originally it was supposed to be in focus, but I'm kind of liking it. But what does chat think?
Go over to the right a little bit. Down at the bottom. Is that okay? No, that's just it's blending in out of focus. I thought there was like a piece of something on the coil, but it's not.
Oh, but here.
Yeah, where it's got a little highlight on there, but it's like blended out of focus. My bad.
That's a mistake, Drew.
Yeah, I know. I noticed it once you zoomed in. I was like, oh shit. That's just from bending the oh shit. No, that's not.
No, the fuse pattern changed. I just thought I'd hide it with angles, but Drew's
it's over. It's over by like a quarter of a fucking millimeter. But that's the thing about macro. It's like, oh, it's right up there in your fucking.
So Drew's going to point this one out as well now.
You know, I wasn't, but you do have a slightly larger spacing on that one.
Yeah,
one spot.
My fusing angle was like this. My decal was wrong, so I corrected it with the angle.
Wow. Yeah, I've been there. Trust me.
Well, I'm just going to keep it then because nobody in chat cares. So.
Yeah, dude, to be honest with you, I've done short stacks to kind of keep that effect because especially on some angles, on like shooting the build installed, it looks kind of unnatural to have everything in focus, because when you look at a photograph, usually you have an area of like sharp focus, and then focus kind of falls off as things get further in the distance. So when you have like a straight on look like that, to me, a lot of the times leaving like at least half of the back end of the screws when you can't see the other coil, if you have a dual mounted, then to me it makes it look more like it's just more pleasing to the eye, in my opinion.
Recently, I have been removing like the last 20 or 30 photos from a stack to get that effect. That just finished too soon. Yeah. I'm surprised I even stacked. Everyone in chat's just like, nice photo. They don't see the issue.
Right. You get kind of picky once you start looking at your work that close.
Dude, I'm the worst. Absolute worst. I was picky with builds as well. Like I don't know if I've said this to you before, like, but I was throwing loads of builds out in the bin, and then I got speaking to like Big G and fuck, what's his name? He's gone now. Kyle Bastard. And I was saying to him about, I chucked most of my builds out, and he's like, show me some builds. So I did, and he was like, no, dude, that's actually that's how it's supposed to look. I was like, oh right. So he's like, you show me your builds before you throw them out, and I'll decide. I was like, oh okay. And it turned out I was throwing out perfectly good builds in the bin.
That sucks.
Yeah. I thought the spine had to be absolutely perfect when you fused it. That's what the issue was.
No, not at all.
Yeah.
I did that with my first couple of sets of hedgehogs, because for some reason, like, I don't know why, I never even like grabbed my little clip lens and looked at them, and I tossed out my first couple of sets because it didn't look like the gap was in the middle. Like it looked like they were slightly offset to one side or the other, and so I never even wrapped them up, or definitely never took pictures of them or anything. And I forget who I asked, but I asked somebody on the team. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, none of these are even. And he's like, no, dude, like, as long as the two humps are on one side, I said, wrap it. As soon as you wrap it, they'll center up. And I was like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Because I'd gotten probably like 4 or 5 of them and then tossed them. And then I wrapped another set that, again, I thought looked like dog shit. Made coils out of them. Threw them under the little clip-on lens and was like, well, I'll be fucking damned. And then, as stupid as this sounds, it took me forever to figure out how to do the like inlay on them. It's like, how the fuck are people building these with a damn inlay on it? And it's like, no fucking shit, dumbass. Just attach it to the stick and then wrap it.
Yeah. I still haven't done
that one. That one made me feel stupid as shit. You haven't done a hedgehog?
No. Dude, there's so many coils like I haven't done. Like, I get preoccupied with like stupid shit.
Yeah, but I'm really surprised to hear that you haven't done a hedgehog. As many like
Enigma
variants as you do.
I lie. I've done a 4-sided hedgehog, but I've not done a normal hedgehog. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I get hooked up on shit, man, and then I should write shit down. I think it was Clay I was talking about. He's like, oh yeah, I write everything down, and I was like, I should actually probably start doing that.
Yeah, my coil building notebook got thrown away, and I'm not very fucking happy with it, because it had everything, all the like alien math, Enigma math, hedgehogs, just little variants of stuff, and then like my commonly done builds, with like each type of wire had all the resistances written down and little tips and stuff for like, just shit to remember. And after like 3.5, almost 4 years of coil building, I left it out somewhere, and I'm pretty sure it was my son took it, and this was like 2.5 years ago, and he like painted on a couple of the pages and shit, and then once he ran out of paper in it, he just threw the whole fucking thing away. So like my whole record keeping of years of building went in the fucking trash. Still kind of sour about that one.
Yeah,
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm pretty terrible with. I've got a really good memory for like remembering stuff, but at the same time, I've not as well.
You've got an eidetic memory for some things, and then other shit just goes out the window.
Like I can retain quite a lot of stuff. So like when I started coil building, I stopped thinking about computers, and I didn't really start thinking about computers again until G said about it to me, and then I got thinking about it, and then it kind of it comes back to me, and then I'm like, oh right, okay, yeah, and I sort of knew where I was, but yeah, with coil building it's a little bit different, like because like there's a lot of wires and a lot of different wires, and it's
Yeah, there's a fucking lot that goes into it. What up, Nick?
Yep. Just gonna try to figure.
Do you have to beat anybody in the family?
Not yet.
Anybody to check on them?
I can tell you what, that dinner better be done on
time.
fucking time.
Right, free pair of Irish sunglasses with every late meal.
All right.
Gino's all about that. I'm sure he's worn a pair. G's missus does look like the type that would straight up cold cock him. I don't know if he's still in chat. G, are you a victim of spousal abuse?
There's a phone number for that, G. There's nothing to be ashamed of, bro. I'll hug you.
Okay, so now this is this. What the hell am I doing here? So they can't see you right now, so I'm trying to figure out what the hell am I doing?
I don't know what the hell I'm doing, because I ended up doing this like I was going to do a fucking 8 loop. I tripled up 8 loops instead of 7. Okay. That was a fucking waste of wire. That's what happens when you talk and don't pay fucking attention to what you're doing.
Yeah, G's wearing sunglasses.
I knew it. And we are a lively bunch today.
All right, I was just quickly editing this image.
I'm trying to figure out.
Do you guys see Kent's doing the iron builder thing?
Yeah.
Yeah, my name's on the list as well.
There's a damn list.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's
yeah.
like a slew of people who've already said that they're interested in doing it. I'm just happy to see that Kent is building again in any capacity. Because I remember, like, way back in the day, the build videos used to be like Dwayne Homeboy OC for local vape. And he would be just basically showing off anarchist wire. So he'd do a simple round wire build or Clapton's. And then you had Squid Dude, who seems to have vanished with the art of vaping on the YouTube channel. And that was the first one that had like super high production value. Looked like it was done in like a professional studio, even though I'm sure he probably did it like in his garage or like a shed in his backyard or something. And just that one was like, oh, holy shit. Okay, so this is like the pinnacle of like build videos. And then you had Kent, who would do them like what seemed like it was like at like his kitchen table. And he would do build videos there. And I remember watching along to a couple of Kent's videos and being like, man, there's no way in hell I'll ever do that. And it'd be something like an Alien or something like that. And then watching Ryan Squid Dude do the SSFC, that video on the Art of Vaping YouTube channel was what really like got me into building. The staple staggered fuse Clapton from Squid Dude. I was like, I gotta learn how to do that. And the first one that I nailed, I was like, I'm the fucking shit. I fucking like this is the best that this is ever gonna be. Nobody's gonna do anything like to outdo this fucking coil. Vape's fucking amazing. It looks beautiful.
Yeah.
Now SSFCs are like a basic bitch build.
Yeah. They're still one of the hardest.
Yeah, they're still fucking difficult, that's for sure. I'd rather do a hedgehog with an inlay.
Yep.
I'd rather do a hedgehog and wrap that bitch with an inlay than do a fucking single coil SSFC.
A clean one anyway. A clean one's hard.
Yeah. Yeah, you can do one all gapped up and skipping spaces and shit, but getting one with the fuse on one side being completely parallel and evenly spaced, no gaps and shit, still takes a steady hand, a lot of concentration, and some patience. Jerry just got a new phone, forgot how to use Android, and it stuck on the wrong time. Go into Settings, then click General, then Date and Time, and then there should be a setting to say automatically set date and time. And then click on that guy. Just toggle that on, and then if that doesn't work, then at least through that subset you'll be able to change it manually.
There we go. There's a bit more blur than what I'd like on there, but it'll do.
Nice. Just take the dehaze slider in oh, you're editing in Photoshop.
Yeah, I don't edit. I don't edit in Lightroom. The only thing I use Lightroom for is if I'm blacking out on the edges. That's it.
You know what I've actually noticed, Danny? Once you bring it into Instagram, go to the edit tab and use the structure and contrast sliders. Usually structure and contrast, and then I'll up the sharpness a little bit. But mostly, the only edits that I do in like Lightroom now on my stacks is I might like black out the background if the background's not completely black, And then other than that, I just throw it into Instagram, up the structure a little bit, sometimes the contrast if it needs it, and then up the sharpening because they always shit all over the photo quality.
See, I only do my sharpness on Photoshop, but
Do you do smart sharpen?
yeah, I do smart sharpen, and normally it's like the same setting every time, which is this lens blur, reduce noise, and then radius and amount. I'm not obviously not going to apply it a second time.
Yeah, the other thing that you can do, especially with the 18 to 55, it'll help sometimes.
Oh
If
no,
you're shooting,
this is I'm back on the 40 again now.
okay. If you bring it into Lightroom, just go to the optics and enable the lens profile correction. Because if you're not cropping in much at all, or if you're not cropping at all, yeah, once you get it open, you'll see. It might not do anything with my 85 macro. It kind of does give a little bit of barrel distortion. So on the edit tab, you'll go down, it's past effects and all that, into optics, and then just hit enable lens correction, and it should automatically, oh no, that one is asking you to manually select your profile. So click on the camera.
I tried doing this before, but I couldn't find my lens.
Yeah, they don't have all of them on there.
50? Just...
Yeah, since you're shooting on a 40, I'd do it on the 50. And just hit OK. Is that image cropped in?
Yeah, it's already cropped.
Okay, yeah. If it's a substantial crop, you won't notice anything because you usually only get barrel distortion kind of around the edges.
Yeah, I'll bring the original in just so I can see.
Try clicking on hold on, hit
Oh.
auto select and see if it will actually.
Not unable to.
That doesn't make any sense because you're using a native Nikon 40mm lens, right?
Yeah, and the Raynox. Could it be because it's rendered from?
It might be. It might not be putting the. It might not be saving the lens profile in the metadata.
So from Helicon, I save as a TIFF file.
Try saving it as a DNG and see if that'll do anything.
I don't even know if I have the option.
Yeah, I think Helicon might be DNG and TIFF out is like the only thing you can do. I don't know. I haven't really played with it. Yeah, the vignetting is only gonna. Usually, that's only gonna matter on a telephoto lens anyway, and then the distortion correction will just kind of flatten out the sides.
No, my computer's just dead in a wobbly.
Let me see if I can get Lightroom to run on my PC while I've got all this going on.
It won't do it with Zoom. That's why mine's just crashed. I'm not even sure if you can hear me.
Yeah, I can still hear you.
We hear.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, it's like I always want to improve and stuff, but at the same time, it's like it's IG. Like, if it was if they wasn't compressing, like I'd definitely put in more effort. But given that it is IG. Come on, computer.
Shit, I forgot my soap. Where's my soap?
Computer says no.
Computer said, "Fuck off, man." I'm gonna join on my phone, and I'm gonna see if it Lightroom should be able to fucking manage on my phone. Let's see. Am I on my 5G connection? Because if I am, I'm too fucking far away to use that. There we go. Come on, Zoom. I have faith in you. There we go.
Oh no,
Alright,
there's two.
We got double Drews. Let's see.
I'm
Share
gonna
screen.
restart my computer set because I've got nothing. I've not even got a taskbar right now.
Ah, gotcha. Oh, what the fuck?
Hey, there's 2 Drews now. What the fuck is going on?
Right? There might be 3 in a second.
The one looks a little target, but
Just a tad.
yeah, looks a little tick-tocked.
There we go. Okay, share screen. Start now. Here we go. Let's
What
see. I
did-
should be able.
Did Danny have to restart or something?
Lightroom. Yeah. I don't want to check out the latest features. I want you to just fucking open. Let's see. Let's just go to a picture of my old man's vehicle. Wait for it to load up. Optics. There's not a whole lot that happens there. It's a little brighter. You can't even really fucking see that on the video. Boom, there we go. That might make it a little bit more obvious. Okay, so check it, Danny. So this is a picture of my dad's car that he just sold. So if you look at just look at one of the corners of the photo, and then when I put the lens correction on, all it really does is kind of flatten everything and
okay.
get rid of the vignetting. So see, that has
Yeah.
a little bit of what's called barrel distortion. So the trees, if the trees were perfectly, straight up and down, they'd look kind of bent. And so the perspective looks a little weird. So then when you click that on, it just kind of flattens everything. And then it also gets rid of the vignetting as well. But see how mine, as soon as I click it, it automatically goes to my 18 to 55 kit lens.
So, because if I shoot without my Raynox,
That shouldn't make a difference.
No, when I shoot without the Raynox, I know what you're on about now. But if I shoot with the Raynox on, it's not an issue.
Yeah, well, normally with the Raynox, you're going to be punching in anyway.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. It's going to make me join to fucking back out. Yeah, that's the only thing fucking open. Okay. Congrats on reading team chat, everybody. Here we go. Leave. Boom. We're back to the correct number of Drews.
Thank God.
Yeah, it would be pretty neat if Instagram did like 2K photos at least.
Yeah, so it's a little beyond me that a social media site that's supposed to be all about photos is at absolute most a 4 megapixel image. Doesn't matter if you upload a 180 megapixel photo, it gets compressed to 4 megapixels.
Yeah. It's they. Oh, it wasn't recently. It was actually quite a while ago now. They even downgraded the thumbnails. Like you've got to
Yeah,
stop and let it load.
I think that they recently did it again though, because if I open Instagram on my phone and like hit the that bottom right corner that brings me to my page, um, all the thumbnails are grainy as fuck. Like I have to actually click on the image and then it looks decent. So like if somebody just pops over your page and is just like scrolling your actual feed and not individually clicking on pictures, it looks like dog shit because
Yeah.
it's compressed like such a better looking image. It's compressed it down so much that it starts looking noisy and grainy as fuck. It's aggravating as hell.
Well, give it another year, and you'll have to pay for anybody to see your content on IG.
Yeah, see, originally, well, not originally, a few months ago, probably 4 to 6 months ago, they were talking about disabling the likes feature. And they did it in like select markets and stuff. And it was supposed to be, according to Instagram, it was this whole like way of removing the potential for people to damage their self worth or measure their self worth rather from the amount of likes that they were getting. But the whole thing was, it was just that nobody else would see how many likes were on the picture. You would still see it on your profile. So like that argument is completely fucking invalid. I think what actually happened is Instagram as a company realized that they were getting short-sighted, kind of the same way that YouTube has done, where sponsorship of creators was now worth much more money than the ad revenue that the actual like company itself is getting. So like as a creator on Instagram, it makes more sense for me to get sponsored by other companies or to have my content sponsored and get paid per post than it does for let's say like Hell Vape or whatever, to pay Instagram to run sponsored ads for them. It makes more sense for Hellvape to pay me as a creator who then can create content for them. Hellvape then no longer needs a social media manager and all this other kind of shit. And the same thing with YouTube. If, let's say, Squarespace sponsors fucking everybody on YouTube. Most of the creators that have a following at all have at least a couple of videos sponsored by Squarespace. So what Squarespace does is pays those creators individually. Those creators under the contract then run a 30-second or 1 minute ad in their video, and they're not attaching AdSense ads during that time. So YouTube isn't making any money from the advertisement on their platform, which is why YouTube has become a fucking nightmare for content creators who are making their living on YouTube. They're doing it because they're missing out now, and so that's why the unskippable ads have come back with a fucking vengeance and like all this other shit, because individual companies and individuals have kind of figured out a way around it and are still using the platform, but YouTube's not making the money anymore.
That's the other crazy thing about Instagram as well. Not so much Instagram, but our niche of Instagram is any other subculture on Instagram. We'd be sent the product and we would be paid.
There are the companies that I know of that actually pay their sponsors, and there are like legitimate contracts involved. Not like, hey, we ask that you post this many times a week and use these hashtags for this product or whatever. Is Dot Mod and Kidney Puncher. Dot Mod and Kidney Puncher. Obviously, I can't say where I got this information from because I'm sure that there's probably an NDA involved in there, some step along the way. But I have it on good authority that Dot Mod and Kidney Puncher, at least, as well as a couple of other companies I've heard actually pay their sponsors. But in our niche, we did it to ourselves because back in the day when, like people like me were starting to build a little bit of a following, we were happy to do it for product.
Yeah.
Like, sweet, I get the new, like $70 RDA for free, and all I got to do is take 10 pictures of it. Awesome. But then once the picture game got upped by everybody then moving to DSLRs and then focus stacking, and now all of a sudden I need a $3,000 camera, I need a $300 tripod, I need a $700 to $1,000 lens. If I want to really get good at it, then I need to buy a Wii macro rail. I need to spend another, $300 to $500 there. I need to pay for Helicon Focus. If I want to really be doing this all the time, now I need to, at least purchase like a Creative Suite laptop, or build out a PC for another couple $100. And we're doing it for $60 RDAs. Like,
I mean,
okay.
Like it is still cool when you do get sent an RDA. I think it's great that people get those opportunities. I'm just saying, like, it's just one of the only niches where that happens.
Yeah, where it's acceptable to be paid in single product alone, and it's not like we're getting 10 or 15 of them. It's not like they're like, hey, here's like, I don't really want to name an individual product to think that I'm trying to throw one company under the bus, but here's X RDA in one color, you get one of them. I need you to post 10 pictures in the next week. Like, okay, so you do that, and then you don't get anything until maybe they decide to send you something else 3 or 4 months later. Yeah, so it's not even that you can make a living off of doing it. I mean, unless you decide to whore yourself out, like some of the Instagram models do, and once you get into the tens or hundreds of thousands of followers, then you can start getting paid per post. So a company will send you a product. Obviously, you get to keep the product, but then they will ask you to do anywhere between 3 to 5 posts. And per post, you get $100 to $500 depending on your engagement rates and your follower count. Like Pandora Blue, I spoke to her very, very briefly, probably 2 years ago, and asked essentially if she would do like a shout out to the Resistance crew, like on one of her other posts. And she was like, yeah, so basically I get paid around $300 per post, and wanted $300 to like put a hashtag on a post. So
what?
Obviously that didn't happen. Yeah. I mean, and no fucking shade her way. I mean, shit, go after it. Fucking, if you can get paid for that, I would do the same damn thing. I'd put on a fucking skimpy bathing suit and pose by the pool 3 times a day to, pay my fucking mortgage for the month.
I want some boobies. I want some boobies and some hips. That's what I want.
Exactly, sex sells, and unfortunately, I'm the wrong gender to sell my sex. So nobody wants to see a bottle of juice hanging out of a fucking mankini with a tuft of fucking moose knuckle hair popping out of the side of it, with a bottle of juice.
Well, okay, you gotta weigh your options. So, what costs more, the camera and the lenses you're using to take coil pics, or a nice new set of tits?
Right.
You gotta weigh your options.
Depending on what kit you're buying, they're around the same.
Yeah.
Right. I could get a Sony A7R3, or I could get a boob job.
Yeah.
So,
the problem is also some of the stuff that you're getting, they don't tell you what it is until you get it, and you don't even like it. And that's a big problem for me, because I don't like. Yeah. I just don't like doing that. I don't like.
Yeah, like when I got a fuck, I don't remember the name of it, but I got a mouth to lung RTA, and it like you can't fit coils in there. Like,
yeah.
So what am I supposed to do with this? Or when Og Vape sent me pre-made coils. I was like, is this a joke? Have you ever
Yeah.
even looked at my feet? Like, why would you send me tins of like the little fucking keychain stainless steel thing that had like 10 or 12 coils in there, and they were the wrong fucking name for the coils. Like one of them was Alien, and it was just a 3-core fuse Clapton. There was no Alien about it. So it's like, dude, I can't fucking put this on my page.
This was my biggest difficulty. Like, I just don't even know what to do with that.
What was it?
The intake dual.
I wasn't paying attention.
The intake dual, like,
Yeah.
they've messaged me a couple of times and been like, "Are you pushing it?" And I'm like, I don't know how to. Like, and like, I'm not super creative, but I'm kind of creative. And it's it's not even the size of the deck; it's the size of the holes, and then these things either side of it. And I get they want vape coils in there as well, but even vape coils, you try fitting a set of 2636 in there, 5 wraps. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah, see, like with the intake dual, I was able to kind of provoke that. And, Mike even actually thanked me for it on one of the, I think it was the Vape Team live streams, because a lot of the shit that I do now is more basic bitch type stuff, So I was able to put set a I think 2736, standard ass fucking Aliens on a 2.5 in there, and it vaped pretty well. I mean, as far as RTAs go, it piqued my interest back in RTAs. I still am not gonna run one daily. Flavor was pretty good on it, and I've always been really honest when I actually post something on my page. I'll say like, yeah, I'll give like a couple of the talking points or whatever, and then I'll say like, I actually used this, and here's what I thought. And that's never gotten me in trouble before. I mean, yeah, Ogvape didn't send me anything for a few months after their second Foxy mod broke after 2 days, and I was like, I'm letting people know. So I did a post on that one. I think it was a story, and I was like, don't waste your time with it. Like, it's a great idea for the quick detach on the 510. I just don't think it was either very well engineered, or they didn't research what problems it could cause. And I've had 2 of them break on me. I know several other people that have had multiples go out on them. I can't recommend this product. And Ogvape never said anything to me directly, but I also didn't receive any product from them for like 6 or 8 months.
I've noticed they seem to go in rotations around people.
Yeah, they really seem to.
Yeah, I've gotten the same thing. Like they'll send me something and then like not send me anything for 4 months. Like the one time they sent me like a tank when an RDA just came out, and then didn't send me the RDA, and then they sent me something else like 4 months later when they released like 3 other products already.
Yeah,
it's kind of funny as well, like it's because of Resistance Crew. I saw that you guys were like, and I didn't realize it was sponsors or anything. This is how like unknowledgeable I was. I saw that the Resistance Crew were all using Ogvape RDAs and stuff. So I went out and bought like my original Druga, my what was that one you built on the other day, Nick? Templar. Like I went out and they were all on sale, and I was like, oh my god, I'm going to get the same RDAs as the Resistance Crew. Sorry, totally.
The Templar is actually a really good vape.
Yeah, the Templar is fucking great.
Yeah, I was using it all this week, and it's really nice. I'm not sure how much I like the building on it that much, but it's good. It's not terrible, but
my screw always comes out. But like I went out and it turned out like like my 2 go-to vapes is the Druga and the BTFC. Like that's what I vape over and over and over again. So when they picked me up, I was really, really happy. But yeah, like even the Ocular is okay if you set it up right. It just gets a bit hot. But yeah, man, I can't wait for the new Ogvape produce to come out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. Vape has put out a lot of fucking amazing stuff, and they've put out a lot of very mediocre shit as well. Which, I mean, that's gonna happen when you have a product line as deep as theirs is. I mean, you can't have a fucking banger every release if you're putting out, 14, 15 products a year.
Yeah.
Some of them are gonna kind of fall flat. The shit that sucks to me is when you get involved in like some of the blast groups, right? So it'll be just like almost like a manager or something. But you get into like a Discord page and it's like, okay, well, Sigeli is sending out stuff. And you're like, okay, sweet. So you think like Sigeli, I'm thinking probably a box mod, like maybe another 150 watt TC mod or something like that they released back in the day. And then you get the fucking Cobra kit, and it's a little starter, like 30 watt tank and pen combo. It's like, I'm not fucking putting this on my fucking Instagram page. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what am I supposed to do with this? And then if you don't want to get kicked out of the fucking group, you still got to meet the terms, and so it's usually to me it's not worth it. With Vape has never once given me a post recommendation. Has never said use this hashtag. Has never said we need this X amount of posts or anything. It's always just been occasionally I'll get a message that says, hey, this product is on its way to you. Please track it using 17 track, whatever. And then let us know when you receive it. And so I'll get it. I'll send them a message, be like, hey, got it. And then I put up posts if I like it. I don't do anything with it if I think it's a piece of shit. And that's just how it's always worked with them for me. So that one's always been perfect. With Blitz Enterprises, Blitz kind of pissed me off. Because when they did I don't remember which one was first, the Ghoul or I think it was the Ghoul.
Yeah, the Ghoul was first.
Yeah, when they released that one, I got it and took it out of the packaging and everything, kind of gave it a once over and was like, hey, it's kind of meh, but it might be pretty cool. I've never seen a ceramic clamp used. Put my first install in it and the clamp breaks. I'm not like super cranking on the thing, and I'm like, okay, well, I can't even fucking post this now. So I get on Instagram and shoot Blitz a message. And I was like, hey, I didn't really notice anything with it. Could have possibly been like damaged in transit and there was already like a hairline crack in it or something, but the ceramic post broke clean in half at the screw when I was putting my coil in it. Sent them pictures and everything. And they replied, there's no way that happened. We tested with over 200 installs and all this other kind of shit. And I'm like, the fact still remains the thing broke the fucking half. And like I even said in the message, I was like, is there somewhere that I can purchase a replacement? Because it doesn't even come with a replacement piece. Like the one breakable fucking part of the RDA, and they don't put two in there. And he was like, yeah, no, there's nowhere that you can buy them. And I was like, okay, so I guess fuck you then. And then they sent me an image of the Ghoul RDA before they released that one, which is, or not the Ghoul, the Hermetic, which is basically the Ghoul with the airflow even more poorly placed as a catch cup directly underneath the one fucking coil. So if you drip over the top and you don't take the top cap off, pulse and drip a little, pulse and drip a little, then it just flows over the sides of the coil, goes straight down the airflow, and you get hot juice on your hand. So I straight told them, they sent me pictures of it, and I said, please do not send me this. I said, I'm not going to promote it. I'm not going to put it on my page. Like, I don't think it's a good design at all. And they basically said something along the lines of, like, we appreciate your feedback, and fucking sent one anyway. I don't want this.
I like the Ghoul a lot. The Ghoul's one of my favorite single coils. I don't like the Hermetic, though.
Yeah, you know all I did with my Hermetic? Took the fucking ceramic piece off and put it in the Ghoul.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's weird with companies. I guess like they just see us as cannon fodder. But there was a I'm not going to say the name of the company, but there was a company that sent out a bad RDA, and somebody protested it because they nearly blew their face off. I don't know if you know what I'm on about, but yeah, it was pretty bad. They think they've sent out this like perfect product, and when you say it's not perfect, and they still send you it anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
see, like that kind of is a direct contrast with what happened with log vape, because when I got my intake dual, usually every time I get one since I've owned an ultrasonic, I'll take it apart, kind of look at it, see what I like am thinking I might want to put as far as builds go in it, and then I throw it in the ultrasonic, take it out of the ultrasonic after I've
look at all these stickers.
Built something.
Look at all these stickers.
Yeah. So, what? Can you remember me shorting a Sal?
Yeah.
Yeah. That was the jewel. That wasn't in all respect to Org Vape, that wasn't their fault. That was my fault.
Yeah. See, but mine shorted too. Like, and it was. I think the insulator was just bad. Because the way that it shorted, like, you couldn't have machined it to do that way, or like improperly like put it together. It just looked like there was a crack in the insulator, and it shorted directly across that crack. And they immediately, I messaged them. They asked if I could send pictures of it just so they could kind of see what happened. Then their response to that was, we sent your pictures to our engineering team, and we already have another deck on the way to you. Please do not use that deck.
So when I said to them, to Org Vape, about the issue with this, while the short was a user error, their cutting tool is wrong.
Yeah, their cutting tool is wrong.
This cutting tool, it doesn't matter if you put 2636 in here, it's gonna do the Bowen arc anyway. But even if you do like 3 times 3036 or 2836, it doesn't matter what you do. The leg cutting length, or at least on my one, if you do it, it's still too high, and I'm not gonna say it will touch, but it can touch. But I think with Org Vape, for the price they ask for their product versus what you get, I think it's a good all-round.
Yeah, especially if the customer service is good still, even though it's nothing to send out another RDA for a $25 RDA anyway.
Oh, sorry about that, G. Big G said, "Man, why does this have to be a TRC video? I could be building with you guys." You still can.
Yeah, you can come in. I could send you a link.
Drill up. Yep.
Hold on, G. How do I do this? I guess I could send it. Big G, are you on?
He called me Annie. I will forever be known as Annie.
Annie.
Annie, you okay?
Big G, DM me on Instagram your email.
Yeah, I'll grab him. I'll send him the link.
Oh, you got it? Cool. Thank you. I'll be right back. I'm going to go get coffee, and I gotta put this blow dryer on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm only here now until my wife says, I want to go to sleep. So it could be 10 minutes, it could be 40 minutes. She is currently cleaning, so maybe 40 minutes. Oh, man. Yeah, I still love the BTFC, man. This is my first one. Now, I probably shouldn't use it. It has a cracked insulator, but I use it regardless.
And if it's not shorting, then it's good to go.
Well, it was shorting all the time, and I took it apart and put it back together, and now it works again. But it has a cracked insulator. Gee, you ugly bastard! What you doing here?
What up, G? Well, Danny, you could probably actually take some clear acrylic fingernail polish and just kind of dab it where the crack in the insulator is, and it should be able to fill it up, fill that space up.
Once it stops working again, I will do that. But for now, it works. I mean, I wouldn't use it on a mech, regardless.
Yeah. That's asking for problems. Shit, I'm just happy I had that intake dual on my TC when it fucking shorted, because God only knows how many amps that was drawing.
Yeah, but like with my with mine, there was literally it was a bright white hot glow coming out of it, yeah, and just fire shooting out the top of it, man.
Oh Jesus!
It wasn't. It wasn't.
No,
it was,
mine luckily was like it just went straight across the insulator and fucking like oxidized the two sides of the deck. Like it wasn't catastrophic at all.
The button on the mod stuck, and then the safety feature went. So that's why I just had to slide down the panel door, smash the batteries out, and fucking run. I didn't vape for 24 hours after that. That was my first ever short / vent. Yeah. And my skin smelled like rotten, horrible eggs for days.
Tell me about that.
So what are you building over there, G?
At the moment, just interlocks.
Interlocks?
Nice. Yep.
Do you know what? I haven't vaped any interlocks for ages. Should probably whip a set together. Whip a set. G, have you seen the stuff about
Crazy Wire?
Yeah.
By any chance? Yeah.
Yeah. I've been shopping around. Stealth Vape will do a kilometer of 38 for 20 quid.
Right.
So for my vaping wire, that's where I'm going to go for that stuff. I'm just going to have to source out my my artsy-fartsy wire from somewhere else.
Yeah.
But what I'm going to miss more than anything, because like if I have to like spend more money on wire, I have to spend more money on wire. But what I'm going to miss is the weird as fuck gauges, like 0.3 times 0.8 and all the other weird ones.
I know. It's kind of sad, actually. They've always been around, like for as long as I've been building. So,
well, I think pretty much everybody I know in the UK is at least at some point used Crazy Wire as their main supplier.
Here's the thing.
Kind of makes me wonder why they're going, because
I don't think they go.
Everybody I know uses them.
I don't think they go in. I think they're an affiliating as a vaping supplier, but that company is 150 years old. They're not new by any means.
Yeah, they're a locker company first and foremost.
Like they've like Crazy Wire is just one part of them. They've got like loads of different websites.
Yeah.
Because if you ever go on Crazy Wire and you can't find a certain gauge, you go to their other website and you get it.
Gotcha.
But it's
kind of like Timco. How Timco has never been affiliated with the vape game, but they've made resistance wire for forever.
Yeah. I don't know. It is really sad, actually. I mean, for all I've bitched and moaned about them, on the whole, they've not really been that bad.
Well, that's the thing. Like a lot of people can complain. Like I've made the recommendation to people, and then somebody else has gone, "Oh, but that wire is a really bad wire," and I'm like, "Well, in the entire time, it's only been a year. I've had 2 bad spools, both of them with 36 gauge. They replaced them for me. When you buy 200 meters of ribbon off of them, sometimes it can be a little bit finicky, but whenever my spools of ribbon have messed up on me, that's been, when you take off G and then you do your cut and then it falls through your finger and thumb and then starts looping around on itself. That's me. That's not a bad spool of wire.
Yeah.
But I mean, yeah, it's going to be a shame. I mean
here's 0.3 by 0.1 ribbon, right? I'm not even going to straighten this.
Mine's been coming off straight as well, G.
No straightening.
Yeah.
Straight as a die. You know, straight off the spool.
I've only started straightening my ribbons since last week.
I still do it out of habit. You know, like I still do it out of habit, but I don't even need to do that stuff.
Yeah, the wire optimum is like half and half. Sometimes I do, sometimes it comes off all in one curve, but sometimes I gotta stretch it. Sometimes they're stuck underneath of each other, and usually that's a bad combo to be stuck under when the ribbon's stuck underneath each other, and then you also stretch it off the spool. It makes it worse. So it's kind of sucks sometimes. But
I've not stretched off the spool. I've cut where I've needed, or a little bit more than where I've needed, and then just give it that little bit of
I should probably.
But I've only recently done that. I wanted to see if it'd make any kind of difference with doing like 14 plus ply. It didn't.
Really weird looking. You've got a message.
My phone's saying, I'm at 5%, feed me, Seymour.
Oh, shit. What is going on?
So, I flattened them out, just to, and it actually looks pretty fucking funky. Just normal interlocks, but I've never flattened them before. It actually looks pretty cool. Almost looks like stag aliens.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I'd be interested in seeing, you know, like when you do like 6 or 8 into you know, when you do like
pentalocks and octalocks and all that kind of shit.
So when we say 16 ply or 12 ply of ribbon, what do you call it when you do 8 ply of wire?
Octoply.
Well, I wouldn't call it ply. I always say ply is just ribbon, because ply just reminds you of something flat, like toilet paper. Yeah. So I always think, like when somebody says I got a 4-ply alien here, and they're just talking about a 4-core alien. So yeah, the interlock that's a rough one. Somebody's gotta come up with something, because it's getting ridiculous.
Well, you know, when you do like 6 or 8 wires around an interlock, I'm curious to see somebody roll that out and see what happens on the ends. Like, I can't do any more than, I think the most I've done is like 5. I can't get past 5.
Yeah.
But it'd be, because the way it looks like a braid when you, it's like mirrored, like the way it goes over. Like, it'd be cool to see it rolled out.
Are you talking with like just interlocking aliens, or are you talking like enigmas?
Just the interlocking aliens, but like obviously with 6 to 8 strands, because it starts to look like something completely different at that point.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if
it's one of those that could come out looking really cool, or it could like just completely fuck it up.
That's kind of what I thought.
Yeah, with 8-ply, it would have to lay the same every rotation. Otherwise, it would just look like a jumbled mess.
Seen one guy do it.
You'd have to do it. Go ahead.
Oh, this is not going to zoom good enough.
Ooh.
That's a interlock Enigma stitched flattened.
Ooh.
That's pretty fucking sweet.
Very sexy. Slim flattened one, didn't he? That looked bonkers.
Yeah, I've never done I never successfully done a triple. Maybe I did do a triple interlock, but I can't remember, so I probably didn't do it.
Pixar didn't happen.
Yeah.
I can imagine the angle's super dramatic with like 8.
Oh yeah,
right the way
you'd be
across.
holding that shit at like a solid fucking 45.
What's his name? Alex Fried Eggs. Did you see the multi-strand he did? It was like full. Everything was 40 gauge, so it was 40 gauge cores, but all twisted up. And then he did like an 8-ply, like 40 gauge interlock around it. Like I'm just like,
Yeah.
Damn. More power to you, Alex.
Yeah, he definitely goes for it.
Yeah. You know who's been kind of surprising me as of late, actually, is Clayton Von Kluge.
Clay.
Yeah. Yep.
Guy's turning into a fucking monster.
And he's got a proper fucking camera set up now.
Yep. There's going to be no stopping the guy.
No. No more shot on OnePlus involuntary watermarks for him.
but yeah, he's gone quiet on the camera front. Be interesting to see.
Yeah, I know. I haven't
trying to suss it
gotten any.
out.
Yeah, I haven't gotten any messages from him. I figured during him sussing it out that.
Well,
get some
I even went as
DMs.
far as giving him my Helicon code just to get him, so he wasn't
Oh, nice.
procrastinating on it. I was just like, dude, use this to get you going. Like, see if it's because that's one of his gripes was like, I've just spent all this money, now I need to spend more money. So I was like, oh, okay, dude, use this until you get yourself going. Like,
Yeah.
Alright, all cleaned up. I'm wondering if I should set up and try to take pictures now. I was either going to build something or take pictures of that Twisted Messes. Of that Axle Pro. It's all clean now. Dried up.
Nice.
There's them. The staple stagger fuse Claptons all jarred up.
Nice.
I vaped SFFCs recently. I hadn't vaped them since like I learned to make them, and actually quite a nice vape.
Yeah, they're definitely one of the better vapes. Like they're right up there with like the Fralians, and it just Fralians are just so much easier to make, and that matters. Yeah, it matters a lot when you're building coils and also selling them on the side. You're probably not going to vape staple stagger fuse Claptons. You're going to do something a little easier because you could just sell the staple stagger fuse Claptons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I do Fralians, I usually just put a little bit of a space in them because you get more exposed ribbon is more like little juice pockets and crevices and shit for things to get into. And in my opinion, they vape better, but they don't look as good.
I was talking to Zion about it the other day.
There you go.
I didn't see it.
Oh,
Sorry, I had the other thing up.
That's the way to do it.
As the Chinese would call that, that's a bird nest.
this needs batteries.
I've got this one person who I used to sell coils to, and he used to send me pictures of like all these like images of coils. He's like, "Can you make this for me?" I'm like, "I can, but like there's just all these weird things." And what I worked out is what the machines could make, if that makes any sense. Not like they weren't actual coils. Like they could get the machines to make this, so that's what they were producing. So it was pretty funny.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was
some in my PJs.
Oh, you hooked it on your swivel. You hooked the braids on your swivel. That's actually pretty fucking smart. I never even thought of that.
Yeah, I've started doing it. See the way Drew sets his loops up? Gives you a loop at the end,
Mm-hmm.
then just hook it onto the swivel end. The good thing is, it actually helps you keep the tension.
Yeah, and if you have to like
Because
grab
no matter
your,
what way you're going, that's always
yeah.
pulling.
If you have to
Yeah.
grab your vape or anything, you could just move over and grab it.
Yep.
That's
Yeah, it's pretty
ingenious.
So I'm gonna watch Joker tonight. I haven't
you're
seen
in
it
for a
yet.
treat.
Yeah, it's brutal, man.
Yeah.
Like it's not even it's not a gory film, but it's like
No.
it's yeah. I'm just gonna shut up.
Yes,
It's
I've heard it's way more on the psychological level
yeah,
than like just
cerebral
heinous
shocker.
crimes and shit. Yeah. My son desperately wants to watch it. I'm like, nope.
Yeah, definitely not.
Yeah. So this method that I've started using with the swivel, I've only just started doing this the past week or so, but it's a hell of a lot easier.
Yeah.
Look at him go. I wish I could
Oh,
breathe.
shite.
I could do all the basic braids, like not Slentra, sorry, like seven. I can do Celtic and vertebrates and all that stuff. Like, but as soon as you start adding cores, like my brain just
Yeah.
Yeah, with cores added, it's a different beast.
Yeah. Obviously, this method wouldn't work for cores. You know,
No,
with
the
the
shits
swivel.
would be going way fucking everywhere.
Believe me, I have tried.
So, I guess. What do I got here? I can do a Fralian and get that jarred up. Do that real quick. Got my decor.
Where's my flyers?
That's done. Just trying to fill jars.
Nothing wrong with that.
As long as I got jars filled. This is what I did today. 7 jars, but hey.
Seven jars is better than no jars.
It sure is.
I am gonna run and use the little boys' room real quick, and then I'm gonna come back and wrap these up, and then I'm probably gonna get on out of here.
Yeah, at some point, I guess, I don't know, maybe like, well, yeah, so, Danny, you're probably going to be getting out of here in about half an hour, right?
I'm probably gonna get here sooner. I can smell my wife's food and
Yeah.
it's making my tummy rumble.
Alright, so
I'll
then,
be right back, guys.
Big G, I'm going to do a Fralian, you keep doing that braid, and I guess in about, I don't know, a half an hour or so, I think my dinner's going to be ready too.
Yep, no worries.
Oh, and for anybody watching, that video that got taken down yesterday will be up after we're out of here. I'm going to upload it as soon as we get out of here. So if you need anything else to watch, it is edited down to a little over an hour. It's like an hour and 4 minutes.
Cool.
So I took out anything that they could catch me for. Fucking UFC. Noticed how I talked a lot of shit about the BBC when they took my video down, but I have not talked shit about UFC yet for taking my video down. I'm being real nice. I could take that whole company down. It certainly is a nice bait mat.
That was a very nice mat.
$10 on Twisted Messes.
You guys should do a rerun of the team mats so the current members can get a hold of them.
We might as well. We might as well just do a new one. I don't think it would cost any extra money to just do a new one with the new members because half of the members on there aren't even on the team anymore.
Another photo. I mean the mats, the build mats.
Yeah, I think it's the same. Oh, it's not the same.
No,
thing.
it's a different one.
Yeah, it is. It is. And actually, there's probably even less builders on there. That was that we did pretty early, cause they asked for like my favorite coil, and one of the coils on there was the Coil Wars coil. So that was a long time ago.
Never been into like team merch and shit like that. Like when I've been on like the other teams, but it's Resistance Crew, so.
Yeah, I mean they're awesome to have, the vape mats. That one I had to retire so I don't ruin it anymore. Actually, it's right here.
Oh yeah. Oh, there we go. If and when you do them, I'll order 2, one for use and one for frame.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think only 4 of the people on here. No, 5 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5 out of the 9 people are still on the team. Oh, I think 4. Yeah, I think 4 out of the 5 people are still on the team. So it could be an upgrade for sure. I'm actually super confused how they make these things.
The mats.
Yeah.
It'd go through a print, like a big industrial printer. Like you can get like custom. It's essentially a mouse mat, is what it is.
So I wonder, is it dye?
Well, there would be different ways of doing it. So there'd be a stitch method, and then another way of doing it would be putting a particular type of material on there, and then it would laser the colors into it, depending on the gradient of it. But there's so many different types out there. And then other ones would be actual press, like old school press printing, like scraping it across. There's that way of doing it as well, but I can't imagine any company doing it for a low amount of money like would do that.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on what's on there.
I would like just one big one to fit on this table, and I would have think of
what size is that?
Of what?
Is it like 30 by 90 or?
The vape mats?
Yeah.
The vape mats are 18 by 24, I think. Hold on. Oh no, they're 12 by 24. 12 by 22.
You know, my Resistance Crew vape mat is still at the vape shop that I used to work at. I haven't worked there in a long time. I should probably go get that. To be honest with you, like they're awesome, except for the fact that because it's the same like collage thing, and honestly, it would be better to have one that's just solid black.
Yep. Yeah.
Because when you're trying to build and you're watching a wire go over like all these different patterns and shit, it's easy to lose the wire. So I never, when I would build over it, I would actually flip it upside down and put the printed side down, so I just had a black texture that I was looking at.
Plus, yeah, I was doing it the other day. The camera wants to focus on the mat, so if I put anything down there, it doesn't want to focus on it. It wants to focus on the mat the whole time.
It's kind of funny when I'm doing like builds and stuff, especially like slightly more intricate stuff. And as you're going across, there's like stuff on your desk, and you can't focus because like obviously I'm wearing the headgear, and like I'm starting to throw things around the room because
that happens with me a lot. It's focusing on all this other stuff
Oh,
on the
that's
table.
tasty.
Oh,
So that's what it looks like before it gets flattened. So I'm about to put them through the yield posture roller.
Yeah, I think I'm going to dip out. My tummy's rumbling too much now, but cheers for chilling, and I'll catch you guys in a bit.
All
right, Danny.
Thanks for hanging.
See you, man.
See you.
Damn it.
Hey, I'm over here.
Oh, dear.
See if I could bring up this chat. Hopefully nobody's having a really good conversation that we're not watching.
I know, right?
Alright.
Nobody spoke since Jerry.
Jerry just said later, Danny.
Yeah.
Do we even have anybody watching?
Yeah, there's actually been at least 10 people in here for a while.
Damn. That's kind of surprising for the TRC channel, seeing as how fucking nobody's been on here in God only knows how long.
Yeah, it's been a year. I checked, and it's been a year since a live stream, and it was like me and Freddie.
Damn.
Yeah.
Well, I was seeing things when it said TRC.
Right?
Yeah, I wanted to make sure I put that up an hour before we went live, just so people could see. Flattened. Pretty cool.
Yep.
Pretty cool. I gotta do that Spanish braid still.
The other side of it looks kind of funky once it gets flattened.
What and how to do those.
And then just all the fucking...
Loops. So that's 3 loops in each finger, right?
Yeah. That is a 21 strand, or a... The way that Lumi does it is weird to me because it's 21 loops, but she would call that like a 42
yeah.
strand braid.
That's what I asked her too, because I did
Like,
that.
yeah, if you were to cut the loops, like where they bend, and then count everything, is
Yeah.
how she does it.
Yeah, I mean technically it is like a 7 loop Celtic is a 14.
Yeah,
strand.
because if I counted all these
Yeah.
at the end that are cut, then there'd be
42
What?
of them. Yeah,
yeah.
makes sense because I asked her. I was like, so when you do them 14 strands, you put 2 loops in each hand. And she's like, no, 1 loop in each hand. I was like, oh, then this is a 14 strand. They do vape good, them Celtics. I did like that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. The honestly, to me, the Spanish is technically a round braid, which is why I flatten them. And then you have the side that almost, I mean, realistically, it looks kind of similar, especially after it's been flattened. If I can get this fucker to ever actually sit like anywhere close to the middle of the lens.
Yeah.
Like that looks kind of similar to the Celtic braid.
Yeah.
But that's just, it's a flattened Spanish. And so once you flatten out the Spanish braids, they vape pretty fucking great. And then I just pre-wrap them on a smaller jig than I intend to actually use. So if I'm vaping them on a 3, I'll wrap it on a 2.5.
Right.
What I'm looking for now. Boom.
Is that all stainless?
Yep. This
What
is
would that all
30.
make to then?
To be honest with you, I have no fucking idea. It's been a long time. This is 38 gauge stainless steel. So I would imagine that even with it being 21 loops, it's probably going to be around, as a dual coil, it's probably going to be around like a 0.16.
Wait, what gauge did you use for that?
38.
Man, I'd have that snapped in no time.
You would think so, but you gotta remember, I've got 3 pieces at the same tension on each finger, so it takes a lot to snap it at that point. Let's see. I think 6 rep is going to be more than enough. God, I can't find fucking anything down here. I've got to clean this shit up.
Story of my life. Man, I was thinking
Still
about
over there
watching
getting
Joker.
used to our iPhone.
Yeah, I was thinking about watching Joker this weekend too. It's either that or the Hollywood one. Once Upon a Time.
Yeah.
I honestly, did Tarantino do
Yeah.
Hollywood? Okay, well, never mind. For some reason, I was thinking that he didn't direct that one, so I was going to say go with Joker. But it's Tarantino, so it's probably going to be pretty sweet.
I watched the beginning and I was liking it, but I was watching it on Kodi and it just wasn't a good. I watched it like as soon as it came out. It was like a movie theater copy, and it was good, and I didn't want to fuck it up for myself, so I said, you know what, I'm gonna wait until I watch it when it's good a copy.
Probably a good call.
Yeah. I would have been like, that movie sucked. It was bad quality.
Looks like they filmed that shit on a fucking iPhone 4.
People keep standing up in the movie.
They couldn't even keep people off the set. Motherfuckers walking across the scene.
They should have got rid of all the applauding in the background.
Exactly. I heard some lady answer her fucking cell phone. I actually did that today. I've never answered my phone in a theater, but I did today. Or not today, yesterday. But it wasn't actually during the movie. It was during the
That's fair enough.
Yeah. And I thought it was my boss. And then it was just Kroger Pharmacy telling me that they had my meth ready to be picked up. Still insane to me that I can go and see a psychologist and be like, yeah, so I have trouble focusing, and they're like, all right, here's a prescription for meth.
Are you talking about Adderall?
I can't smoke weed.
Adderall?
Yeah, I got put on Adderall. I mean, we did try some non-stimulants first because I was open with my my past with addiction issues. So I was like, hey, let's maybe not do stuff that works with the dopamine receptors in your brain and has a high potential for abuse. Even though stimulants have never been my thing, I've done cocaine a handful of times, and I think it's a fantastic waste of money.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean,
Never done
Rick
it,
James.
but
Rick James was correct. Cocaine is a hell of a drug, but you have to continuously take it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And for what it does, like, it's not. It doesn't satiate any need for me. Like, every time I ever did blow, it was like, fucking rip a line. And then you're like, yeah, you get that like really euphoric feeling. And to me, the only enjoyable part of it was just you just felt good. It wasn't like the burst of energy or anything like that that was good for me. It was like you feel like on top of the fucking world, like nothing can bring you down for about 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And like we even had fucking a test kit, and for what you can get off the street, we were getting pretty good shit. It was usually around like 70% pure, which, as far as street cocaine goes, is fucking top tier.
Yeah. I mean, that's usually what people get before they cut it. Like if you get like an 8-ball or something, it's usually maybe 60 or 70, and then you cut it down like another half.
Yeah.
So it's
we never cut it. When we got it, we tested it. It was like 70%. We were like, sweet.
Oh yeah, we never cut it for
an 8-ball
ourselves.
for like 2 people.
Yeah, we never cut it for ourselves. We cut it for other people. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I think I only ever did coke like 3 times, and I never paid for it either time. The first time it was just it happened. Somebody, a good buddy of mine, happened to have it, and I hit him up that night because I was bored and I wanted somebody to smoke a blunt with. For whatever reason, I always feel like it's a waste to smoke a blunt by yourself. So I'd be like, "Hey man, you got any plans tonight?" And he was like, I mean, I'm not planning on leaving the house. And I was like, all right, is it cool if I swing by? So I just, rolled up a blunt, wanted to swing by and smoke with you. He's like, yeah, sure, come by. So I came over there, and I walked into the living room. Like his front door went in directly into the living room. It was a pretty small house, and he was like, "So what's up, dude?" I was like, "Not much, man. What's going on?" Did the whole like dap and fucking half hug thing, and when I like went to throw my arm over his shoulder, saw the bag on the counter, and I was like, "So what's that?" And he's like, "Oh, I didn't tell you." He's like, "Dude, I found a fucking great hookup for coke." I was like, "I didn't know you even did that." He's like, "You ever done blow?" And I was like, "No." He's like, "Do you want to change that?" And I said, "I don't fucking see why not." Yeah, I mean, I guess I could see where people would like stimulants. I am not one of those people. My brain's already going fucking a million miles an hour. I don't need no help.
Yeah, it was never my favorite thing, but like when I would do it, I would end up selling it, and then I would do it for a while, and I would have to stop selling it and shit. And I love pills, so I would do some coke. If I had to come down, I'd take some Xanax, and then I'd be like, I feel leveled out. Let's do some more coke. And then
oh damn! Yeah, so you were one of the dangerous fucking users. Because you dose on other things to level out, and then you have so much shit in your system that you might not realize it, but you're this close to overdosing on opiates and this close to overdosing on coke, but you've got so much of each in your system, you don't feel fucked up at all.
Yeah. I used to love mixing pills so much that I was just talking with this to my buddy. One of my friends died of an overdose, Oxy and Xanax, and everybody at the beef and beer that we raised money was on Oxys and Xanax.
Damn. That sucks, dude. I remember this dude that I was locked up with. His name was Adam, and he, like, you could tell that he was tired of it all, but he had been so wrapped up in meth since he was like 14, and dude was like 22, 23 years old. Had 3 kids with 2 different baby mamas. And he had got to the point where he was cooking meth and he was mainlining. So he wasn't even smoking or snorting it anymore. He was straight IV injection. And
Jesus.
I was like, dude, you can't fucking do that. He's like, I know. And I'm like, I mean, you're clean now. Obviously, you know, you're in jail. We've been here in the same fucking room for the past 30 days. So obviously you're clean right now. Said, and he had like the most paranoia and like the highest anxiety of anybody that I've ever met. But only when he was sober. Because like he would tell me about times that he'd get worked up and he'd be like on the verge of having a panic attack and he'd fucking mainline meth and calm down. Like, okay, so that's an issue, dude. Like, obviously you have an anxiety disorder that you probably got from doing meth, but you're using meth to then like self-medicate, which is not good. And he ended up, he saw a car that was the same make and model of his buddy's car, but a different color. Because we were on the inmate like work release program thing. So at Paulding County, basically how that works is at 6 a.m, me and 2 other guys would get called out of the cell, and it was just a cell that the inmate workers were in. So it was all like the trustees or whatever. Well, the outside trustees. So at 6 o'clock in the morning, myself, the guy that worked at the sheriff's office, basically doing trash, cleaning floors, stocking stuff, and the guy that did laundry for all of the trustees. Because I did the 911 office and the jail lobby. So every morning we would get up, we'd get called out at 6, we'd leave. Adam and the rest of the guys would come out at 7 o'clock in the morning, and they'd all get like daily assignments. So some of them would be like DOT, so they'd ride around like picking up tires that were tossed on the side of the road, moving dead deer, or they'd go to like the water department and do like pipe fittings and all kinds of other shit. But Adam came out there one day, and on his way out there saw that car that was the same make and model but a different color of a buddy of his car, and a chick with hair the same color and length of his girlfriend. It was his most recent baby mama and the one like he's trying to save a relationship with. And he had a full-blown fucking panic attack, because in his mind that meant that his friend for some reason had come up there to like throw it in his face that he was fucking Adam's baby mama.
Yeah.
Because he knew that he would see it, but the car was a different color, but that didn't like even register with him. And like he like, so anybody that's not had a panic attack, like a full-blown
That's
fucking,
horrible, man.
not just like hyperventilating and your pulse races, like full fucking blown panic attack. People get hospitalized for these. You can have anything from like for males, like heart attack symptoms, where like your arm will go numb and like tingly, and a lot of people lose feeling in their face. And Adam's like lips were drooping and like he looked like teetotal shit, dude. And I basically became this dude's like counselor while we were in jail, and like begged and pleaded with him because he was all about stimulants. Begged and pleaded with him because he was supposed to be getting out soon, not to do anything. Right? I was like, dude, you know that like I have money on my books, I have money on my phone, so like you can call the jail and like you can talk to me. Like, if you think you're going to be fucking with anything, I said, you need to get as far away from fucking everybody as you can. Don't talk to any of your old friends. Don't talk to your baby mama. Tell them all that you need a little bit of fucking space for just a little bit. And he ended up overdosing 4 days after he got out of jail.
Yep, that's usually
mainlined the same dose that he would usually take 4 days after he got out of jail, and it gave him a fucking heart attack and killed him like instantly.
Yeah, that happens a lot going into rehabs, and you see it. Sometimes they'll come right back. They're lucky enough to come right back, but sometimes they don't, and yeah, they go back out there for one last hurrah. They've been waiting 2 months since they were in rehab to just do one more, and yeah,
And
they'll
it
come
really
back.
fucking amazed me how many arrests some of these people had, right? Because I don't know if it's the same everywhere, but in Paulding County, your inmate ID was like whatever I don't know if it was GCIC, which is Georgia Criminal Information something, Georgia Criminal Information Center. They assign you like a number, and then you have a dash, and that dash number is however many times you've been arrested minus one. So mine, ooh, look at them Celtics. Hell yeah. So mine when I was in was 976503-4, or no, -3, because it was my fourth time being in jail. The only time I've ever stayed more than a couple hours, though. And some of these guys were like -23, -32. It was like, holy fucking shit. Like, how many times can you get arrested before you go to prison?
Jesus.
Damn, those came out fucking clean, G.
Cheers, man. That's what I'm saying. That, see, having it hanging off the swivel, it just seems to help with the tension. You know, if you feel it dripping, you automatically start pulling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to if it's on the swivel.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was crazy to me to see like the amount of people doing mostly meth, like and just hardcore stimulants all the time. Like I can't hang with that.
My friends used to be really big on the whole cocaine thing and all that, but it never appealed to me. I just, like you were saying about it only lasts about 5 to 15 minutes. I never understood that, spending that amount of money for just such a short space of time. You know, I would rather just
Yeah, that's
spend the
why.
money on a bag of weed and get wasted.
Yeah, that's why. Whitney Houston said, "I make too much money to fucking do crack. So crack is whack." Like I don't remember the exact quote, but she did say crack is whack. I make too much money to fuck with that, because she did her and what was his name, Bobby Brown, did fuckloads of cocaine. I mean, Joey
That was his
Diaz.
prerogative.
Yeah, Joey Diaz has
All right.
loads of stories about going and picking up cocaine for Whitney and Bobby, and he'd skim off the top every fucking time. I know Nick's heard him on Joe Rogan Experience talking about it a million times, but I was always in that kind of like weird middle ground where I don't love any one type of drug, but I love drugs, if that makes sense. So like pills, pain, like opiates, I never really fucked with, because generally anything with codeine just makes me nauseous. So I'd get like the high from it, but then I'd also like be sick to my fucking stomach immediately. What up, Corey
Yeah.
Coils? Look at that. We start showing braids, and then the
I know.
braid master himself shows up. It still cracks me up when people will say something about braids, and they'll be like, "Oh, ask fucking Drew." I'm like, "Nah, y'all need to go to Corey with this shit." I do 2 fucking types of braids. Corey fucking knocks it out of the park.
Oh, he does indeed.
Even Selena now with the
those
framed Celtic. Yeah,
Jesus.
I got to figure out how she does that shit, because
she explained it to me. She tried to explain it to me, and I just could not wrap my head around it. She actually drew a diagram, still couldn't wrap my head around it.
Have you ever done any framed braids though?
No.
Okay.
I've done cord braids, but I've never done anything framed. Like, I've never seen it done before until.
Or no, that's Framed is what I meant, not cord.
Yeah.
Or not
Cord.
Scratch that. Reverse it.
Cord.
Yeah.
I know
Sorry.
what you mean. Yeah, I've done cord beads, yeah, but no, I'd never seen it done before, and she explained it to me, and she even explained it in a video chat. She'd done a diagram, and I was still like, It was
I need her to do a fucking video chat with me on those because I want to do those really badly.
Yeah.
They look badass. Well.
Yeah.
I'm sure they probably vape like almost exactly the same as the Celtic. They might be a little hotter since you have the like thicker frame wires.
Mm-hmm.
And then with Corey, I think Corey, I asked him in team chat the other day. I think he said that he does his Cylintras 5 loop. And the only way that I've ever gotten the like crossover piece to lay straight across is with 7 loops.
Yeah, that's the bit I always find difficult, was getting it to lie straight, because they actually look like almost like SFCs.
Yeah, with just like a braid on the sides.
on the edges, yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're not gonna get me upset at all, man. Fuck iPhone. Well, not fuck iPhone specifically, but fuck Apple specifically. I had an iPhone since the second one came out, which was the iPhone 3G, and I will never purchase another Apple product a day in my fucking life. Because that's like the most communist, hate your customer company that you can possibly fucking have.
Yeah.
The only thing they've ever done at all right is deny FBI access. Deny using fucking like backdoor shit to open up a phone. And the only reason the FBI even tried to subpoena them to get them to do it is because software already exists that the FBI has in order to do it on Android systems. So they just wanted a court case to set precedents, saying that if any sort of like terrorism or anything like that was involved, forcing basically the manufacturer to open up the phone for them. Yeah, well, everybody's getting rid of the headphone jack, Danny. The new Samsung flagship, the S20, the S20 Ultra, that one no longer has a headphone jack.
Oh, this thing I've got, it's the power socket. That's your headphone jack.
Yeah, the USB-C.
Completely stupid.
Yeah.
Because you can't actually have the headphones in if you're charging.
Well, that's the same thing that Apple did. Is give you a lightning port.
These are all the braids that are going to the Misfits.
Nice. Ooh, I should have gave myself more fucking room. Now I'm gonna have to step these down. Oh, I fucking hate this thing. I'm gonna buy a clip specifically just to put on my fucking webcam. Here's what we're gonna do. There's gonna be 2 Drews again. I'm gonna join back.
2 Drew it up, motherfucker.
2 Drews. I got 2 Drews. One for the plug and one for the hose.
That's funny. Look away, you look up, you look down, you look up.
Right. What's up, bud? You can't come like in the video because that's illegal. That's awesome. Check this out.
Oh, nice.
Oh, man.
Wait, there's more. Jesus, I'm starting to take parts off.
Very cool.
That's awesome, dude.
There's one talented
Here,
kid.
I'm gonna unplug this so that there. Now y'all can tell him what you think.
That thing is awesome. Is that Lego?
That is awesome.
Looks like a lot of fun.
Oh, you can't beat Lego.
I'm just trying to get this thing. I need to turn the camera around. Really? Come on. Stop video. Let's just do that. Let's see. Finally. Jesus Christ.
Oh, snap.
Alright, I'm having to look at the, Holy shit, that looks bad.
21 sets of coils for the Misfits so far.
See if we can...
That is such a gorgeous looking deck.
Isn't it, though? I don't know why this thing sucks so much fucking balls on zoom. This camera looks like shit now. Oh, it's using the fucking telephoto, that's why.
Oh, nice.
Really nice.
See, those almost look framed after they've been flattened.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they look slightly chunkier at the edges.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Spanish
Yeah,
braid
really
kind of
nice.
has that look to it, like it's two different braids in one.
Yeah.
It really does, because on the underside of these, it looks almost like a vertebrae. Like, because it has that, like, fold in on itself look.
Yeah.
Not at all, Danny. I'm just having great fun, just building for somebody again, and having
Hey,
fun
how do you
doing
think-
it. That's all.
How do you think I fucking felt when I got all these builds in for Max raffle for G.I. Jane, and I was like,
Yeah.
I did some aliens. And Nick's like, oh, here's the fucking, mouth along RTA that's pre-built and colored. Here's, like a fucking, I don't remember what there was, some staple helixes
Corrugated
or some shit.
staple helix. Yeah.
Yeah, corrugated staple helix.
Yeah.
Nick Fenton did some crazy shit, and like I was like, okay, fuck. Like I don't have enough time to be able to shoot the ones that I want to and get them on the way, and yeah.
So
Yeah.
did you have to send them to Jane? Because maybe it would have been, I don't know, maybe it would have been better to just keep them in the States until, I don't know, I guess it's too late anyway.
Yeah, like the thinking on it was kind of poorly planned, because if we would have really thought about it, we would have waited to see who actually won, because if it was somebody stateside, it wouldn't have made any fucking sense to
Yeah.
ship them to Jane from the US for Jane to then ship back, because it was like $30 to ship them to her,
Yeah.
and that was like the cheap way.
Gonna feel real
So-
stupid. Gonna feel real stupid when I win that package.
I know, right? Shit, I hope you do.
I gotta get the tickets still. It's the 16th, right? What is this?
I don't want to quote that wrong, so I'm gonna look real quick, but I think you're right. It runs until the 15th.
Okay.
See, here's. I don't know if that means the 15th at midnight or midnight the 14th. That's one of those.
Yeah.
You know how that goes with build offs and shit. It's like, oh, it runs till the 15th. Does that mean midnight the 14th to the 15th, or the 15th midnight to the 16th?
Yeah. UK time or East Coast time or what?
Mm-hmm. Win to win. Just buy your tickets before the 14th, ladies and gentlemen, to be safe. Get them on the 14th. Man, all right. Well, I don't have time to throw these in the ultrasonic and get them all cleaned and colored and shit, and then do stacks. It might be a couple of days, believe it or not, until I get these done. But I do have one other thing that I can show off. Nick, along with his donations to Mac, was kind enough. And he just said, I notice you seem to always get rid of these decks when you get them. So I did a couple of posts.
Yeah.
But those fucking pitchforks, though.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, those were a bitch to get in there, dude. Them fucking things.
Yeah, I bet.
And I was like,
So fucking straight.
at the one point, yeah, those were one of the good ones that I did. I think one of the coils is a little messed up.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about it.
Yeah.
We're not going to talk about it. That one I didn't really shoot.
Yeah. So the I got
I
one
showed
in.
everything from this side.
Yeah. I got one in, and then the second one I was like, oh, you're going in, motherfucker. I have to cut it on angles and shit.
It's so gorgeous, dude. I gotta. What I really, really want to do with it is get the like where the dip in the binary wire is.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try and get. I can't fucking hold this straight enough, but I want to get enough light coming in, like at an angle, to where I can get a reflection of like the dip in the binary and then the other side of the ribbon wire. But it's at such, like I've framed it up once before, and it's such a high fucking magnification that like if I breathe too heavy, the framing on the camera moves. Since I'm using a manual rail, like I have to do everything like 100% perfect for it to come out. But I am dead set on doing it. I know I said something in the team chat. I'm not gonna do anything with this deck. I'm gonna put it up there, and eventually what I hope to do is just send everybody some version of the TM24 deck in the Resistance crew, and then have them send it back to me built. And then instead of having like some random decks and mods up there, what I'm gonna do is just, I'll probably have at this point I might have Danny do it, or Jesse from Stand Up 3D, and I'll just do like a 12 spot RDA stand and have nothing but Twisted Messes 24 Pro Series with nothing but Resistance crew builds in them, sitting underneath the Resistance crew with the 24 Pro with all the old school members.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, it's just we have like fucking 14 members now, so for me to buy decks for all of that would be like $300 or $400, and then shipping back and forth. Yeah. So I'll do like one every other month or so,
You guys ready to get out of here?
Yeah, man, I'm done. I gotta figure out something for dinner and watch this movie.
Cool. All right. Well, everybody, thank you for watching. I think you guys know where to find us over on Instagram. Crazyface McGee on Instagram. Wire Talk with Big G. N.Divine83. And Danny was in here. That's Metal to the Core, the newest member of the Resistance crew. Thank you all for watching.
Make sure you put A and not E on Metal to the No,
Yeah.
to THA.
To
Because
the.
otherwise you get some Satanist chick with 3 posts. That's not dating.
Oh, really? I never did that.
Yeah.
I gotta check that out. So, let me do. Yeah, I'm just gonna shut it down. I ain't doing no songs. I don't want this video to get all fucked up.
Fuck it.
Alright, we are out, so how the hell do I-
Appreciate it, guys.